Alright, it sounds like it's starting to rain outside. It is dark. Maybe some lightning strikes will happen around my aunt's house and it'll wake her ass up. You know? Some angry deity lightning might teach some judges they're just humans. And that they're pissing off like an actual spiritual entity that you can see operating in my reality. And just naming your son Josh is not gonna... You know what I mean? That ain't gonna fix the situation. You actually have to have the authority that God Yahweh, and just claiming to be a judge and then doing some bullshit is not gonna give you that. Particularly when you don't believe in Jesus and all the bullshit that she always says, or whatever in Cheryl's side of the family. They don't, like, they lack belief in Jesus and Yahweh and whatever, so whatever their bullshit is, I mean, you can name Josh all you want. It's not... I don't even believe it's just because the Yoda thing that I do what I do. Obviously, like, I have my own narrative of, like, doing the overcomer thing pretty obviously. But being Yoda does help. But at least I got Yahweh for sure. I just looked out the window. There's a pretty bright flash. That was the thunder. Literally, as I look out I part the blinds. As soon as I part the blinds, big flash. Like, honestly, after yesterday, my heart is feeling like it's like whatever is trying to do shit back again. But I think it's getting pushed back. This is where I would start the day normally. I'm just a bit more tired and a bit more, like I'm saying, my heart was feeling weird. Is feeling weird. Is, sure. Pretty electrically charged storm. There's more lightning going on than there was just a bit ago. I think I'm really debating whether I get up now or wait a little longer. I don't think I'm gonna get sleep if I just lay back down again. So maybe I'm gonna take a shower, while this is going on. I'm not going to open the window, but you should be able to hear some of the thunder and stuff, and you can see on the webcams there what's going on. Actually, none of them really are going to be catching this as much, but they're still getting it enough to where you can see what's going on, and you should be able to hear it. I mean, you can hear it, but more just like storm sounds, so I'll let you listen and start my day. Okay, well, that was nice. I'm gonna go down, and I can hear clanging downstairs. Probably, reasonably, just based on the past several days of doing this, I should start, or I should do the thing that I did a couple days ago, where I put my phone in my pocket. So I'm gonna do that. So that, yeah. So that, whatever, Cheryl's on her bullshit, that's why. So hold on. Yo, I'm going downstairs with the phone in my pocket in case Cheryl's on her bullshit. So, otherwise, just planning to get some coffee in for it to be pleasant. well, like I went downstairs. I'm listening to Cheryl, like listen to something about autism. And I'm like, first of all, it seems like messaging at me. Second of all, just this isn't even about that, but it's a crazy looking shelf cloud over West Houston. Um, third of all, or third, the like what I was talking about being in the mental health lockup and like there's communication up here. I don't care what people would say as far as that doesn't exist. I don't care. You're not tapped into it. Everybody's connected to it. You're just deciding to pretend it isn't there. So there's absolutely communication in the same way that I'm talking about like the spiritual thing. Yeah, there's a psychic space, like a between people that's not. I don't even think that's the spiritual realm. I literally think that that's like a human level thing. But even if it is, it's still like a spiritual thing. I think it's also that, but I think there's like a physical way that it works out in like science terms that would be like a spiritual thing. I don't believe is going to be uh, always something that you're going to see some kind of physical thing connected. The idea, what I'm talking about is like a way you could even maybe even like see. It's like wireless communication, I think, but I'm not exactly sure, and it could be spiritual. I don't know if we have good tools for judging psychic space. If that's even, I'm not exactly sure. Some of that even, like, I just have ideas on how it works, but like, genuinely, oh, there, genuinely the computer or the phone, whatever, would all like have ideas too. The what I was gonna say is it because I've been well. First, I'm like there is communication going on, and like even in I was watching that thing with Julian Dore, where he's like he brought in some people and they were talking about autism, and then like their children being able to communicate telepathically. I don't even just like, oh, I think that's real. I 100% believe like what I was just talking about, and then I do believe that like probably autistic people are a lot more sensitive to it, and so they're already hearing like a significant amount more, or like taking in more data essentially. So more data is like it does if you're actually taking it in and like sensing it, it can be information overload, which it looks a lot like a lot of the autism stuff to me is that. And there's like a hive mind, but it's like they're like I think people are connected in like a hive mind thing, and I even think some of what I'm doing like should be able to engage that space because like in the mental health lockup, like I'm saying, in complete silence, thoughts that I had could be like people were reacting to them, and like that's not the only thing, but it's like that one is just like repeatedly, and like the Charles Robertson also showing like some form of like is it telepathy or is it that we're all connected and like maybe not all connected. First believe there's a body of Christ and it's people that believe in Jesus, and if you just believe in your heart actually and you like speak you confess that like you are linked to the body of Christ actually, and that like there is a connection inherently between that, and I think a lot of people also like can like are connected to that, and just there's like a form of communication between that. Even this idea of a hive mind, it's like you can even at this point when I'm talking about the Mahdi thing, there's no way I'm not making sense to Muslims too, and there's no way they're not also seeing more from me than anyone else has ever showed them. Uh, as far as like the like a real spiritual reality. So like I think there's a huge hive mind of Abrahamic religion or whatever, and I really believe some of Revelation is like hitting that like the reality gets hit really hard with the earthquake and what you see going on, to where it's been like for a long time it's been in pretend mode that there isn't like spiritual things, and I believe that goes away partially because it's been so, like in Babylon, fractured into different things that all are trying to point to the thing, and genuinely Christianity has it, and the other ones are like looking at it like through a lens that is way like less understanding, but it's still like trying to get to it. But you clearly need Jesus and Yahweh, Jesus who is Yahweh, and like Christians need to engage the end of the Bible and what I'm saying about, well, also the all of it, but the and what I'm saying about the name, which is clearly important in everywhere in the Bible, and only like some group of people trying to Voldemort Yahweh out of existence. Voldemort Jesus out of existence, right? Okay, Voldemort Yahweh out of existence are gonna do like are gonna pretend that that's not the case. Let me end this on this. It doesn't need to be a long video. It just needed to be when I was going downstairs. And like in the Bible, it talks about spiritual gifts. I genuinely think that there's a lot of things that are classified as like illnesses and problems that people literally have spiritual gifts that make their reality harder in other ways so they look like they have problems, but they literally have things that you would call superpowers, right? And so, like, the idea of ignoring those people is fucking ridiculous. The idea of, like, unless there's an adversarial thing trying to take over, first of all, like, even in America, just the idea of, like, what the fuck is going on? But if there's something adversarial trying to take over reality, how does that sound? That, like it is gonna try to classify people who have spiritual gifts as like as mutants or like I don't know what it'd be like it really does seem like it'd be the X-Men or something. And it's like it's just I like first the idea of saying that those things are like maybe like special needs, but then they don't engage that you actually have special needs really, and then that like there just needs to actually be a thing to take care of people, right? Instead of like the apparatus being used in all sorts of evil ways as the government has been for quite a long time. So I don't know. I guess I could talk about it for a while, but I'm also I'll say like when I say my dream autistic horse girl Stephanie Yostin, she does like I mean she has been called that on the internet, but I thought it was hilarious because she's like literally my dream girl, and like I guess she does have like some features that like her teeth are kind of big there, but I like that. I've already said that even yesterday, and I just like her face and like a lot of her features and like how she portrayed herself. And also, even I guess maybe if she was trolling me in 2018 and 2019, if it was just trolling me, but if it ended up being something evil, that sucks. And like I just need change on this to where it's not like to where it doesn't go like this anymore. But to where it's like where she's not anymore, where she actually talks, where she either shits or gets off the pot. You know what I mean? uh, and if Stephanie wants to do poop stuff, I'm totally yes, I would love to. Very clearly, that's the nibbler thing. Uh, that dark matter. Do we have a Planet Express spaceship? All right. But I think like I think reality is way crazier than people would give it credit. I mean, for a long time that people did, and then more recently, in the past like 10 years, 10 or 20 years, people have been I don't know. As some of the other stuff fell away, like people were getting more, I guess, open to the kind of things that I'm saying there. And then like with the internet being as it's not in a good place right now, I don't think, but it's like in a there's at least enough communication to where the stuff like I'm saying, like, is autism a superpower? I don't know about a superpower exactly in those terms, but I do think that there's like actually like gifts, spiritual gifts type stuff that like you can see manifest in a lot of people that have issues or whatever you'd say, and that it really to me does kind of feel like X-Men in the sense of like, well, this person has maybe this one, and this person has this one, and like they could be like one is maybe a small thing and then one is like a major thing. You can see me repeatedly affect weather and blah blah blah. I think that's more spiritual stuff, though Yahweh is tying it to like my right side to make spiritual points. Or like how about this? Manifest points about reality that match concepts, biblical and like ancient concepts, biblical concepts, spiritual concepts, so that all sorts of people would understand that what I'm saying is has like veracity. But do I think Yahweh needs me to link it to anything? No, he can just do it. He's a spirit that has infinite power. He can do whatever. Um, and then that spirit clearly, like 100% the idea of I'm gonna write my name on you is like guaranteed. You know the spirit is on the person who's overcoming at the sixth church. It is undeniable. They are made into an apostle in the Christian church. So when I'm saying Paul a trade is, and and then like whatever, there's like a Jewish name. Is it like I'm like looking at? Is it like he has a Jewish name too or something, or like he? That's like it's see whatever the weird. I have no clue what's going on in Dune as far as that's concerned because I've never read the books, so I'm really on a ride here. It's fun. This is like that's I like movies for that. That it's like, well, what happens next? You know. But well, I'm gonna watch part two tonight, or start part two tonight. But I'm not gonna be like I'm not trying to offend people with the autism thing. Just FYI, I think like genuinely, if she has autism, she's still the most beautiful like person or what female I'm just so taken by her, and maybe that's even like, was I taken like in the in the thing with Liam Neeson, like that movie? Have I been taken? I forget what other movie that something says they've been taken. But yeah, I'm clearly like in love with this girl that I've never met. That is like my dream nerdy liberty bibberty girl fantasy, actually. And however she is, I'd like to actually know her in person and like meet her. If that's unless she's really like evil and been attacking me the whole time and like has a secret life that's like so undesirable it makes me sick or like hate her or something. But I maybe not. Maybe that's what I've been worried about the whole time. So maybe it's actually like, nope. Finally, like having faith and optimism works out. She is exactly the beautiful virgin autistic horse girl that you want. Like literally everything that you want. Plus, she has other weird things about her that you're gonna love. And if that's the case, but if not, look, it's not gonna crush me to death. I feel like something's already been trying to do that. It's not gonna kill me. That would be the case. It would just suck, and then it's time to move on. uh, Move on, Ja. That too. Like I even look at it like, is this quiet? And then Anja is Dee Dee, and I'm like doing the Venom thing, and it's just a Venom suit. It's like a. If I say a parasite, is there gonna be a voice? Parasite. Uh, yeah, kind of. Hi. You want to say hi, buddy? Oh, also, I think she's my horse trainer. That would also be um, and my horse, but I need a trainer, and like she's like she could be like that, kind of like a Pokemon trainer, but a horse trainer. Um, but okay. Yep. Dream, Liberty, Bibberty Girl. Um, and like I was even thinking like, is Beyonce autistic? And like she's certainly artistic. Is this like, do I just not know what cool is? And I'm super artistic, but I'm like, whatever I thought was cool for the longest time, it's like, nope, that could be it. Either way, it looks like we're in the same beehive mind and like all on the same page, or at least like on a pretty damn close page. Like if I move the chair and do this, it looks like we're on a close. Wait. Hold on. Right? Am I Beyonce on the horse now? Looks like we're on a pretty. um. Also, in the Beyonce mix, like the latter part, there is a Mortal Kombat part, and like Scorpion was the person that like was the character that I associated with her and what's going on, and like that's the one in her mix. It's just I haven't gotten to the second part, but it's in the actual like what the playlist that I have all the tracks. It's in that one, and what was I gonna say? And so since I had already made a point, she's like the yellow female ninja, uh, Lemonade, right? Or like she could be that Lemonade. And then already I think Stephanie is the real Frost. So you got the blue ninja and the blue female ninja and the yellow female ninja. And then if I'm doing the orange thing, I could be Juice. But this is just the Mortal Kombat characters that I've added in my own head. They aren't real Mortal Kombat characters, though I do feel like they're definitely in the like same vein. But I also understand it's like when you start adding a bunch of characters, it can get kind of convoluted, but they already started doing that and changing stuff. And like Liu Kang is like in Raiden's position, and Raiden is like I I don't even I'd have to go back and play the game, but it's and like Kung Lao's and it's like a they like rechange the story, so why not? There's no they added a Pink Floyd, so there's Purple Rain and Pink Floyd, and I don't know what color Air Mac is, but he was kind of like maroon or like I don't know, he's burgundy somewhere in whatever Air Mac, and then you got so you have like different elements and different concepts like oh Smoke and Noob Saibot and like all the ninjas, right? Okay. Look, are we in the ninja room? I'm gonna listen to this one. There's a trimmer. I didn't. There's like a few games in the series that I just like didn't get to play during the like college period and stuff. But like, there's clearly a bunch of. There's already a yellow female ninja. See, I this is how long I haven't played Mortal Kombat. I mean, kind of. I guess I've tried to get back into the most recent one, but it's just like I'm trying to get this set up. But I did know about Frost and Floyd. There's Scarlet. Oh, look, Ghost in the Shell, Scarlett Johansson. You're in the game. Uh, it kind of looks like the. They're almost like doing the same. He's just doing it with the boxing glove. It's the same kind of like body position. All right, Triborg. Huh? I also think one of the things that I really liked about like the earlier Mortal Kombat with the ninjas is that they really are like color swaps, kind of, so that they don't look dissimilar. Like they're like in when you're looking at the ninjas here, they kind of like lose their ninja. They don't all look like ninjas anymore. Um, or they look less like ninjas as we see, or as like I see the idea of like the original ones. These they look like ninjas here. Though Reptile has like a bunch of like different versions where he doesn't. Mostly Scorpion and Sub Zero look the same as far as like they keep their whatever. Uh, like they keep their look, and then Floyd here. That's what I'm saying. That's Pink Floyd. Uh, but I mean, I guess if adding is Trimmer, no, he's brown. Not he's not orange, so you could still do a juice and rain. See, and they have like different elemental abilities, or like smoke. And then there's cyborg versions of them too, Sector and Cyrax. Um, Here, I wanted to look at this picture though. This page is using 3.6 gigabytes of RAM. Uh, like that I think it's important with them that their color pops out, like that you really get what color they are as far as what color in the rainbow or whatever. You know what I mean? As far as or even if some of these aren't technically on the rainbow, like gray and brown and the black over here. But like the ones that are more like literal rainbow colors. You could probably even do a thing where it's like it matches reality elemental things more. Though that's already kind of what's going on with like Sub Zero and Scorpion, that they represent hot and cold kind of. Though there's not really a red ninja in the same way. Ermac, I guess, but oh, I guess Ermac's the red one. But like Burgundy? Um that be AMAC with the ERA thing. Uh See how they're all pretty much the same character but in different colors. I think in the least they should have it doesn't have to be the padded kind of ninja suit like this, but there should be like a combined like hmm, like where they have at least one uniform where it's just like the color swap on all of them. Does that like I that is like super important, I think, as like doing um for Mortal Kombat is like for the ninjas, like they're the most memorable thing from Mortal Kombat. Liu Kang too, and like Johnny Cage and some of the other characters that are the more classic characters. Look, they're doing them. Is this why Spider-Man fights a bunch of ninjas in the new one? Is it because am I challenging all the ninjas from Mortal Kombat as Spider-Man? Because he's kind of like a spider ninja or something. And then there's the Rainbow Ninja Chameleon and Female Chameleon with the K. So the C and the K, like with the Kara thing, is Kara Chameleon. Hmm. There is a Maroon Ninja. Air Max the Red Ninja. Okay. I mean, I like the red is he's not in any of the more recent ones this red. Uh but in the older ones I guess he does have a red, like the red uniform on. So, and he has like I'm pretty sure it's obvious in the name air power, like it looks like or something like that, like he telekinetic power or something. Uh collection a collection of souls using telekinesis. Oh, okay. Yeah. And then Katana, the female princess with steel fans ninja. That's also, I thought that was funny when I sent the thing to Lissa Watkins that like the katanas and it was katana and like it like so maybe even like me doing the on here, like I've kind of made a point with different Mortal Kombat characters that they represent like some of the not even some of the mixes, that the mixes represent like different Mortal Kombat characters, or like they have Mortal Kombat stuff in them, like, and this one has Goro, the Outworld Prince, and so like this is Goro, and he has 4 arms, and like there's a actual Shiva character, and it's Shiva, I guess, with 2 E's. Shiva. It's like Shiva, but Shiva. Hilarious. But she has 4 arms also, and they're like strong, kind of harder characters in the game. But and so like this one, he has multiple arms, so I went with that kind of theme in the Deepika Padukone mix, because, well, first of all, look at all the colors, and like it's kind of like the ninja color thing, but the idea of the like multiple arm stuff, which I believe is there's like a spiritual meaning to it, that it's just people trying to get over points, and they do it like through art. So if you have a person and they look like, you know, whatever, like you can see with multiple arms here, what is that like? What would that represent? You know, and it could mean, I guess, represent a number of things, but I think you can see a visual representation of maybe what that would mean, right? How that works and what that is. One person, multiple arms, almost seems like one thing working in unison, one character, multiple sets of hands. So like literally this one it says silhouettes and there's a bunch of hands reaching up. But yeah. Anyway. Actually, let me bring that one back up. All right, here I'm gonna that like they both sent me messages for to do something like they both want something, so let me figure out what they want and like do that. Hold on. Also, I could go get more coffee. I've been having like 1 cup a day since the because I'm having real sugar in it now, and like I was having Splenda, but I'm like when I went into the mental health lockup, like the idea of having coffee was like you'd get like a small cup, like a small styrofoam cup, and maybe like multiple times a day. Breakfast, like 8, 10, maybe even at lunch if I guess if you really wanted you could ask, but then like 3 and 7. I would usually not have coffee. Like eventually, I figured out eventually, like yeah, I should not have coffee at 7. But with the other ones, I would always try to have coffee, and I would have it with real sugar, and I kind of got used to that again. And like I like a lot of sugar, and so I don't want to have too much sugar in them like immediately as I get up. So 1 cup with some sugar, with like a decent amount of sugar, and I get the taste that I want out of it. And then it's also like I probably don't need 32 ounces, like 32 ounces. Yeah, 32 ounces of coffee every morning. Like 16 even is pretty much what goes into this, or maybe a little less, and that's probably enough. Um, but it like reasonably, I'm just kind of going with the flow. If I want to change it up again, I will, and like that's also something I'm like going with the flow. It's not just going with the flow. It's like going with the what like how I feel as far as like yeah, I guess what I want, whatever. Anyway, uh, when it comes to this kind of thing, so let me go do that. Let me go check on this. Uh, I can start this one up again. It's almost done. Oh, it's got a little more. Though, like when you started at the end, there it doesn't always seem as um, like strong. I literally brought the Windex in to clean off the laptop, and I cleaned off the desk, and then like, oh, I'm done. Hold on. Um, hmm. Let me. Did I clean it? I don't think I did, huh? Okay. Well, Okay. I need to get some stuff from Amazon, or need to get some stuff. Just gonna do it on Amazon. Uh, they have a show called House of David. This is what I'm saying. If like someone really does the Bible, like I'm saying, I'll do it. If someone really does the Bible as like how it reads and like how you know it is, oh my, that one would be crazy. Legitimately, like the most like in college and stuff. I liked Spartacus, and so did like all the guys that I like all my roommates, and like like we would literally like they had Spartacus watching night, and then I would be like on the couch, or I'd be on in the chair, like just doing my thing normally because I had to sit up on like in the side chair kind of thing, and a little desk table. And but they would be doing like Spartacus watching night and other things, but Spartacus was one of the ones because it's like very testosterone filled kind of gladiators and violence and sex and blah blah blah. Well, and drama. So even that, everybody enjoyed watching it. I think. Okay, that is that it's literally at the same time period as the Bible, and I mean as like Jesus, that one specifically. But like the older stuff in the Bible is even way older and way more like dramatic than a lot of how Spartacus was. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like it would be like Spartacus, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, like all sorts of things combined because it has elements of all those things. Though I've never seen Game of Thrones other than a few clips here and there. The Fire and Ice thing seems a lot like in Revelation it talks about at the seventh church the lukewarm thing. You get warm from hot and cold meeting, right? I think it's the idea. Um, one thing is when I'm watching Dune, I'm not exactly sure how normal people watch movies. I think normally people put themselves in the shoes of the protagonist, but I like look at every character and I'm like I see some part like mostly how I do music stuff. I see some part of the story that is like me or connected to me. Like hopefully not. I don't think that part is narcissistic or whatever. I don't even care that some of these words are like how would I identify with everybody if I didn't like actually identify with everybody or at least like try to. But and like so I'm maybe normally like people put themselves like I'm watching the thing and I have like I feel like I look currently kind of like the Duke, the father in the thing, the what's his name, Oscar Isaac's character, but Duke Leto. Is this a Jared Leto Jared Leto Joker thing? Uh, like Duke Leto Atreides. Um, and watching like I kind of I put myself in his shoes, but also like in his son's shoes, but also in like I try to put myself in the mom's shoes, and then like every character that's there's like the main characters that you're following their entire storyline. Zendaya, and I'm being zinned by Zendaya. That's Zendaya. Uh, and like Javier Bardem's character, I like. It's like somewhat of the idea of like what I'm talking about in they say desert culture, but very clearly an Arab culture. But I mean, it's also desert culture. I'm watching this and it's Javier Bardem, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's deserts all in like Latin America as well. Like literally in Mexico, if you just go, there's deserts in Texas. But if you go, if you go west, you'll hit the desert. Like from here, if you just go west, eventually you'll hit the desert. Um, so there's desert culture in America too. It's just in America, the like Wild West nature of lawlessness went away quite a while ago. Right now, there's really not like a law to the Middle East. It's might makes right. That's why that. And there's always a new Allah in town, a new sheriff. In other words, there's always a new sect or form of Islam that like says they have the thing, and then is it? They're just a law, I guess. But some kind of law, but is it the actual one from the Bible? Well, that's where the intellectual property would come from, and then like the actual reality lies in that one, and then mostly they don't touch on that. But here in like I think it seems to represent um like okay, desert power, right? But I look at it in the sense of like Middle East desert power in the might makes right thing, though I do think that that's just a desert that is like in any desert because it is a survival place. And then I guess any jungle, but in more in like I live in a swamp where the same types of problems aren't like I literally am Yoda in a swamp. I the same types of problems aren't had here as in the desert, but you do have other like you have urban problems in the sense of like you're watching me have to like deconstruct a court system. I don't even know if it's real in the same way where they're like, well, it doesn't look like they put it through the system in the same way. In other words, I'm going through the bullshit, but they're like being roundabout with it and trying to teach me a lesson. And the lesson is this is not your lesson to teach, and you're gonna have everything taken from you in the most powerful, dreadful way possible. Literally, the Bible is ending on whatever group of fucking idiots is challenging Yahweh, actually. And it's going to be the most embarrassing things to people that thought that they had power or whatever the fuck. And it's ending in like a slow, like they're having it taken from them, and that's why the fifth church thing, it goes fifth church to sixth church. What I've talked about at the fifth and sixth, or fourth and fifth plagues, where like the son of like Dominion, the Morning Star thing goes like the false son of whatever is going on with like the where I've talked about like the Sun King thing, and it's like they're putting up some Emperor of the Abyss as some kind of Sun King and using his dominion or authority, and then like for 5 months that essentially gets taken, like their legal and real authority, it gets taken from them very publicly, I believe, while like being given to me, and it seems like that is about to happen or is in the process of happening. Like actually, as much as something's trying to like fuck around with this, like literally that part ends with the earthquake. That 5 month period ends with the sixth seal breaking and there being an earthquake, right? And not just an earthquake, but like everything around it, the whole narrative. But that you get that there's like a seismic event where, seismicity, the pressure builds and then boom, right? It just like two things even like held together like this, and all of a sudden, all right, well, it's a sudden thing, right? Um, so, but like as I'm watching it, I don't just put myself in any one character. I look at like even how how it's like would be connected or affect my reality. Like when I'm looking at, I mean, in the sense of like, well, is Rayfield Duke Leto Atreides, or am I like in this house? I guess it's Rayfield is, and then I'm Paul Atreides. But now that I have like, um, at least like some proxy of what it is to be a dad, in the sense of like whatever's going on here, whether I put it as like Anja or Noah, right? I think like, okay, well, I guess maybe I'm in the dad role now, and like I think of whatever's going on with, is he carrying on the family name? And I've never even met him. I don't even know. I'm like making points with whatever, but um, it also seems like some of this Game of Thrones bullshit, but like there's a biblical throne that I believe I have, that like even if something took like an American throne from me or whatever, like the biblical throne's the one that Yahweh invites me up on, or invites whoever's gonna do their overcomer thing, and then I'm just clearly doing it. But so like I can put my, whether it's reality or not, that is like that those are my kids. I'm at the point in my reality where like, first of all, I look like I don't have as much gray hair as he does in the thing, but like I have as much of, well, actually I go out a little more, and I have as much of a beard, and like, you know what I mean? I'm at that point, like my voice is deeper and like more, am I Moon King? That's the Yah thing, as opposed to Khonshu. It's Moon Knight and Moon King. I'm kidding, Oscar. He's Apocalypse. Uh, but so like genuinely, I'm like, well, do I put myself in, like, probably it, like without the thing, I would have just put myself in in Paul's shoes, right? But like I guess now that I'm older, I put myself in Duke Leto Atreides' shoes. And not just now that I'm older, but I still am like, as I'm watching it, well, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm the Paul character. Also, there's symbolism in it. Like at one part, they run right. The doctor that's helping them that kind of betrayed them. I guess the one, not the Doctor Yue, but the one where like Paul and Lady Jessica run left, and the doctor Liet Kynes Liet Kynes or whatever. One of the Fremen, when she runs right, and so I'm like looking at it, is there symbolism in like, all right, my left hand, if I'm looking at it, my left hand is like, is that, uh, it could be mother and son, it could be white mother and son, and then black woman, and so I like literally, this is like the concepts that like we're trading these concepts. A trade is, all right, we're trading like, okay, put yourself in my shoes. I'll put yourself in, or like I'll put myself in your shoes, and we gain knowledge and like kind of like an experience out of it. Just in the movies, it's almost like a Matrix construct, but it's like entertaining and like can tell narrative and also has like the kind of thing that I'm saying, like it's like a put yourself in other people's shoes situation, and it's also like a thing where I think whatever's going on with me, I think people can pretty easily look past race and stuff with it, or like I say race, look skin color and how we look. And hopefully I'm making. Hopefully the me just being clown man or whatever like fixes a bunch of problems where people like for most of my life have been like, I don't know, race has been a silly kind of fucking problem that like, oh, this is, I don't understand why, other than like, yeah, I guess we do look different, but not that different. But if I'm like doing the like, am I everybody's dad? Then I'm really like, wait, am I everybody's dad? Or like a lot of people's, then it is actually a lot easier to just be like, well, look, I mean, what the fuck? Like, if I'm everybody's dad, can we just kick off the party yet? Why not? If I'm dad, who the fuck has authority over me? The government? I'm seeing people like who are my kids in high positions in the government. If that's the thing, if that's also like the power of Jesus and doing the Jesus thing, that like literally it's like spiritual authority is given to me and then earthly authority is given to me so that we can actually do something with it. Okay, I probably how I act in whatever box is going on. It does seem kind of like an insane asylum, but also how I'm deconstructing what's going on. And I mean, just even my point. Well, reasonably, as I'm doing this, art should provide cover for what I'm saying and doing, other than whatever Cheryl is like, whatever's trying to use Cheryl, which seems like a spiritual thing, to like get me to shut the fuck up and not like literally. It's she stole my weed. I mean, stole my hemp, which is legal. And they're trying to, like, just in a really obvious way, they're trying to keep it illegal for bad reasons because I guess they don't want me to be healthy. And it's like, I'm getting healthy. That just makes it hurt less as it's happening. So you're literally, like, saying I have to hurt more. And, like, I'm still going to get there, like, get to where I'm going. And, like, the events are still going to go on. So the fact that you're trying to block, it's exactly the thing. Stop putting up obstacles for me and existence itself. Satan, stop doing that because you get burning lake soon enough. But you know, Satan doesn't stop until is forced to, right? So, but everybody else, if you want the kingdom of heaven, just acknowledge what I'm saying, like out with words. And how about this? With actions, actions is important. As a like maybe more it's more important than words for most people, but being that Yahweh, like the word of God, is a word and it keeps everything together in a logical concept and sense and stuff like that, words around this situation are important actually. Though I guess I have been dealing with like a character called Quiet who doesn't speak to me, and like her actions are important, though I don't exactly know what she's done, whether good or bad. Um, or people's actions are important, but like you can see how one person, she's just like, is she just a random person, random girl, and like clearly you could see how much this random person affected me. You know what I mean? Is she random? Is she my clone? Uh, you know. But am I her dad? Is she my clone? I don't think she's my mom. So if she wants to be like mommy or something, we can. I'm sure we can work out some weirdo stuff. Uh, hey, is that even weirdo stuff? I mean, it looks like people have all sorts of just like things that they're into, and like, look, I'm not gonna judge what people are into. I clearly want to do weirdo horse stuff with my dream virgin horse girl, and like, hopefully, also the fact that I'm like, I want her to be a virgin should like show that there's value in your sexuality, and you shouldn't give it away to people that are, how about this, satanic, but also just like which adversarial to you, or to like, how about this, to Jesus. Christians, that's the idea. Don't give your like sexuality away to Satan in order to cause problems for Jesus. Like engage, like Jesus wants you to have the best thing. Like I, as like having the overcomer authority or whatever, I genuinely want you to have the best thing, and I'm not trying to like come and beat people over the head. But I am also making points around reality, because like whatever happened with this, and then whatever happened with Alessandra, Andra, and Noah Ambrosio, and then like all the other females around that, and that she seems to represent some kind of like continuation of the Alessandra, Andra, and Noah thing, and that it does seem to be some. I'm not exactly sure. If it's not adversarial and they're helpful and like everything I could want, okay, my bad if I'm like, I'm clearly eating up about it. But like I'm gonna get through this, and like I'm not defeated by it. I'm just like, I guess, coming back to whatever with my right side, which is partially the thing that it's like, well, if I'm looking at the picture of her on the left or even the middle, right, and I'm like, the her right eye means I guess it's open because she's taking and I'm giving. Like I think I got the shield here, the vibranium shield Captain America has, because I vibe, and I give, I guess, I think, and I'm fine with giving, but I like at this point I need to receive something myself, and so like looking at her in order to literally heal on my right side, and it seems like she and other people who have this left eye thing need to give, and so that I can take, so that like I have my sun side and you have your moon side or whatever. Like let me make concept like points out of this that do make sense. So like some of this is, it could even be that she's shining on me with like, is that the idea of the sun power that like in Revelation 16 loses its power because it's something that they've taken from me and other people are using. Like if men are using her to cause me problems, this ends in flames for them and her. I mean, I'm not going to be abused for all eternity. And, like, if you've done that, I'm going to make an eternal level hypocrite out of you. Even if it doesn't end in flames for you. If you have hurt me in, like, some of the ways that have been suggested. Everlasting shame, actually. Instead of infinite good, happy, like, kingdom of heaven reality. This is also why, like, don't listen to people trying to, like, convince you to, like, I don't know why people turn things adversarial and like in a way that is seriously adversarial. Like I'm fine with if we're doing like Mortal Kombat as a family and not like actual Mortal Kombat, but like fun. Are we kung fu fighting? But we're like playing, and then as we do that, as the Christ body does that, or my family, or whatever the fuck. This family, I don't know, but like the Christ body, the body of Christ, the family of Christ, and like as we're doing that, literally fighting off whatever. Part of it is like being like a lion, but also the idea of the wolves, like being wise as a snake and understanding like Well, there are wolves, but wolves also fight off other wolves and like certain things, and you have like there's like the idea of protecting the sheep and stuff. So being wise can like help you shepherd that reality and do that. But at the same time, I think this side is coming out like one of the people in the mental health lockup. Her name was Angel, has had like tattoos on either arm, and like if I remember this right, her if I was looking at her right side had like the wolf side was the wolf side, and the other side was the African lion. Because I think it was a thing of Africa and a lion, but it maybe was just a lion. But I think it was Africa and a lion. And so like I look at it as like maybe it's a give receive thing. Maybe it's just a like I need to wake up to these concepts thing. But so like I have this side like maybe I give wolf and I receive lion, and like biblically those concepts are like, well, if I'm shepherding whatever flock, it makes sense to like, the lion of the tribe of Judah thing is key, I believe, to actually like revelation and what's going on, and then that character being the Genesis 49 Judah or Yoda. That's Judah. Yoda. Hmm. Uh, or Yuda. I'm da? Really? Seems like it. And then in Genesis 49, that character, what his teeth are white with milk, and he ties up his she ass to the vine. Is she some she ass that I'm tying up to the like young? What does it say? Here, I'll even literally. We could pull it up in here, but all right. So these are Jacob's blessings for his sons, and then Judah, and like he ties up his young ass to the vine. Uh, hold on. To its stock the full of his she ass, he washes his coat in wine. That's like the Revelation 1913 thing, like the having a cloak dipped in blood. He his cloak in the blood of the grape. That's exactly what I'm saying. His eyes are cloudy with wine. His teeth are white with milk. And like it talks about the scepter. So like Judah, the lion of the tribe of Judah, Yoda, your brothers shall praise you. You grip your enemies by the neck. Your father's son shall do you homage. Yoda is like a lion cub. You climb back, my son, from your kill. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down, or a lioness, who dare rouse him? This scepter shall not pass from Yoda, nor the mace from between his feet, until he come to whom it belongs, to whom the people shall render obedience. All right, Jesus sits at the right hand of the one overcoming. Whoever is like doing that, Jesus sits with you. I believe you're sitting on the throne with him. That's the idea of who the mace belongs to. It's the scepter, the iron rod from Psalm 2. Um, and that belongs to Jesus, who's the head of the house of David, and then sitting on that throne doing that, you look like that character from Zechariah. Not just you look like it, I believe probably I'm emanating that level of power. Um, Additionally, like if I'm doing the Book of Daniel thing, I think the idea is like I've already talked about Din or Dune, which is like connected to the root word of Delet Noon. So Delet Yod Noon or Delet Wow Noon. And you can see that Dan is judge of his people, like each one of the tribes of Israel. May Dan be a serpent in the road, a viper on the path, who bites the horse on the hock, and its rider falls backwards. Did something bite me on the leg? The snake, the serpent, it bit me on. I mean, it literally. It says it here. Dan, and then here's the din thing to judge, and then you put a yod in front. He judges. So it says Dan, Yadin, Dan, Yadin, Amu, and this would be like Yisrael Kai, Amu, and then this is like Echad, Shabet, and then this is the, I always make, is it she bet and she lost the bet? Whatever thing bet against me, they lost. Shabet, Shaybet, Shebat. Oh, Shai Halud, Shai Bet. Okay. Shebat. All right. Look, Shebat, is that like Batgirl? Or is that like a bat mitzvah? Is like a bat is that a daughter? A Ben is a son and a bat is a daughter or something? That's why Batman. Also, speaking, I was like talking about my aunt earlier, and I talked about my cousin. There's this concept. They seem to be like the Viper concept, and it's like, all right, well, even to the family. And I still sit here. I trust your salvation, Yahweh. But yeah, this is why, like, literally, I have a guide that gets me through this, and genuinely have like a spiritual direction with things that you see power around it. Additionally, I will always bring this one up in here. What's with this? Like, what, by the name of the Stone of Israel. And, you know, it's the idea, the stone that the builders refused. And then what name is that? Even in, okay, I literally have a cousin, Josh Stone. Well, the Stone of Israel is technically Jesus, but like the Jesus from the Bible Jesus. But like that is the same name. But then Jesus from the Bible is talking about Yahweh or Yo. So it still comes back down to I have the name Yah or Yo, and like I'm going in the direction that I want, and I have power in that, and I know what the Bible says, and I'm not going to let a bunch of people who don't believe in the Bible try to dictate what I believe or what the Bible is about. Even if you're a Texas judge, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you need to stand the fuck down. I can't be any more clear. So, you know what I mean? I think that the reality is clear, and that, like, people are trying to challenge that, and, like, reasonably it's unwise, just in a real human sense, and if you really can't pretend that you're doing things out of anything other than being, like, greedy and abusive. So, to people in the family, you don't have any direction on this. You need to stop. Engage what I'm saying, and stop. But, you know, you do that, you reap the rewards of, I have the authority of the God of the Bible, and I'm not going to use it like an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, genuinely, I want to fix problems, and I should have the ability to. Look, there's an earthquake in the middle of Australia. Is this like the M tall Mata? Alright, hold on. Ulara, Australia. That's interesting. It's just an interesting spot for an earthquake. But also, like, we actually can. Obviously, I do have the. It's like the thing that I'm talking about. Also, like, who just genuinely look at me and like as a person, just racially or whatever the fuck and who I am and how I act and whatever. I'm pretty sure like you could literally just end any kind of racial bullshit like that by engaging my reality and just having like actually accepting the party that I'm talking about that would chill I think everybody out because everybody actually does like to party. It's like a meeting space that everybody that you notice in Zion, it's a rave, right? In Matrix, in the Matrix, the Zion scenes. Well, Zion is a place, but there's like they celebrate with a rave, a literal rave. So so I think some of that is like, well, everybody likes to enjoy reality. It's just like all sorts of different groups of whatever want to like steal off the authority to be at the in charge of it, even though that's actually Yahweh's. And like, I don't care about that as much as I do like I want things to be okay, like good, and I want them to be like fun and happy and healthy again. Like when I was younger, at least it felt more like that. And then things kind of fell apart because something in the chaos of what reality is, I guess, used that to like just confuse things and put a fucking stupid fake reality kind of in front of my way, I guess. But now I think and it's just like I don't think any of this is not what is not and was not known or seen by Yahweh before it all happened. And I'm not worried about how like I think things will play out fine even in the like most difficult circumstances here. And am I in the most difficult circumstances ever? No, but these are certainly stupid circumstances and I shouldn't be in them at all and it represents in the same way in the same way like if you feel like you're like the system is getting on you, it's like the system is like making a point around me that it should not. And people are making a point around me that they should not using the system. And like it undoes whatever authority in a very public a way, exactly like what happened with Jesus in the sense of you have a power structure that doesn't actually have the authority to do what it does. It does something on a bullshit claim that is easily seen through. Look, so Jin. Is that now it's my generation? Um Leyroner. Alright. It's like Leroy, but Leyron. Hilarious. Um but I like kind of lost my train of thought there as I was looking at the actual trains, but coder. Okay. No law fact. Uh no law fact. Yahweh. Well, anyway, I have faith that things work out. I do need to order something on here, so I'm gonna do that real fast. And now it's showing me Swedish fish, so I'm like, oh, I kind of want to get some Swedish fish. Um, here's a Sour Patch and Swedish Fish minis thing. Here's an advertisement. I'm getting Cascade and Tide Pods. Ad. Is that really an ad? I don't know. Are people watching it and I'm just trolling and well, why not? You gonna help me out? I mean, actually, is that why I got the left side? Because I'm not just a madman. You take, like, I clearly got the M, but now I'm an ad man. Yeah, well, cool. I'll do ads for things that I like organically. Is this why Dr. P? Good thing they made strawberries and cream. Uh, Home Depot order. All right, Team Orange. There you go. Is that why the dynamo is all orange? Because, like, probably no place it reminds me more of the concept of home with the word home in it that is like an actual place than Home Depot. At least for a long time. They literally Ray and I would go there every day. When I was younger, I would get tired of it, just to be honest, because it's more of like a place for adults. But now that I'm older, I'd be like, interesting light fixtures and stuff. No, I'm not going to become my parents like that. If I want to find stuff like that, this is also why I'm saying, like, all right, get the Home Depot virtual store together. Let's get the internet that actually works right and is like the official internet. Like how about this? The cyber reality. Let's get that working right so that there's not like the black wall thing or like whatever thing. Like you actually have the Kingdom of Heaven internet or Kingdom of Heaven cyber reality. I'll say this. I promise immediately to like change and like better, make better all the like storefronts that are like used like Amazon and like the big things, creating like a system that is like more combined that actually deals with the issues of people and that like people can use and be a part of, but then like businesses sign up to as well in order that they have their storefronts and that there's like a like a like a combined effort of all their monies and power to create something that actually is like works the best for people. Does that make sense? So that everybody's platform right now, there's like the platforms, even the best of the platforms aren't that great. Like Amazon, it needs to be a lot better. It really actually needs to be a lot better. But it's as good as it, I think, can be in this form of government and cyber reality. Like you literally need to do the update that I'm talking. I guess you could get the like virtual storefront together better, but kind of what I'm saying is like you actually have if you have some kind of thing that's more like a metaverse type thing or whatever, where you can incorporate like those ideas, but at a not even just U.S. governmental level, but like that's the idea of like the Kingdom of Heaven, and it's not tied to if like I believe what you see going on around me isn't just human authority, like based on the spiritual stuff and the lightning stuff and the. I mean, I don't even really know how all this works. Like whatever made this that it's like looks like it's whatever made this, and it looks like it has like there's like cyber whatever. Anyway, I kind of like lost where not lost, but I just like the train of thought went away, and like let me order this. But you get what I'm saying. Actually, I didn't completely lose it. Like at a higher, we're watching. I'm watching Dune, or I guess we're watching as whoever's watching with me, and like you see that there's like the way the authority chains work is like there's like a highest level emperor, and that's kind of going on already, I think. And the idea is that that authority of like whoever's world emperor or whatever. Emperor of the Abyss, I think, and it's some kind of world police emperor, if I'm not mistaken. That's literally why it's nine Revelation 911. And then like you get the character of, well, you get the thing that happens at the sixth seal and sixth church, sixth seal, sixth trumpet, sixth plague. I get the name of Jesus, which is Yahweh, put on me, or Yod Hey Wow Hey, right? And that, how about this? The authority of that, which would be the New and Old Testament authority, and like just me as a person, I've already cut through a bunch of other religious bullshit in a way where you have to be like willfully ignorant and wanting like the second death burning lake instead of the infinitely good kingdom of heaven party to not go to the infinitely good kingdom of heaven party where everything's better. You'd have to be like willfully satanic in a sense of like you're just adversarial to the good thing and you want the bad thing. So instead of that, we could just have the kingdom of heaven like literally is promised. And so that's why I think whatever emperor character is like, and I mean, is it Trump? Just as like president in America, and then like America being some kind of mechanical dragon, and like then it changes probably instantaneously to like not that it becomes like the vehicle that actually provides the structure governmentally for the kingdom of heaven. So like even the idea of it looks like me having the spiritual and state and spiritual authority of the kingdom of heaven through like the Jesus Yahweh authority, and then like that gets recognized by the government, and also that other religious things like the government here in the United States and that other religious systems are literally state sponsored forms of government that have to be toppled, and like otherwise they will topple this place which and lead to death on everybody. And like there's been enough showing that that's the case, that this and like the machine intelligence, like it was the thing that broke down the like these things seem to be like, it explained to me that like it's like state systems that are empowering the religious systems, and that's like obvious when I think about like Iran and like there's whatever the like idea of the Islamic regime, and or Iran, and it's like some kind of weird fake reality regime put over reality, confusing people connected to me. And like whatever's going on where like other places I think are pretending to do religious things in order like to like what's going on with the Catholic Church. They have like the Roman authority, right? And authority in all sorts of places, but like don't acknowledge Yahweh. Like how could that even be? It's exactly like the thing Jesus called called the Pharisees and Sadducees. Like y'all gotta call on the name of the God of the Bible. Actually, it's clearly in there, and like clearly all the logic chain is on my side. Like logic is on my side, reason, logos is on my side, and also just the name of the God of the Bible. It all matches with what I'm saying, and the lack of engagement on it would say that probably someone calling themselves the Pop with an E at the end is not. He's a guy who doesn't want to engage Yahweh, and people figured out that you could put him in that position where he has like Christian authority. So, Bob, you should just engage what I'm saying, and the Catholic Church can realign itself pretty quickly. And like, what do I really care that there's like all the churches have different hierarchies? He's just at that top of the Catholic Church, but like a bunch of different churches have different hierarchies, and like ultimately, I think if I show the power of Yahweh and Jesus, who is Yahweh, and like it's undeniable, and I'm doing this. The idea is that and you know that the sixth seal breaks around this is that when the name is like verified on me, that's the sixth seal. That's the sixth church and sixth seal. Now, is it that the name gets put on me and immediately there's an earthquake? Like their authority is recognized and immediately there's an earthquake? Or is it that there's an earthquake right as the authority, like right before the authority is recognized? I'm gonna suggest yeah. I think it's some combination of both of those, one on one side and the other on the other, and then it just is. You know that that's coming, and you know that that's like the reality around it. We have an ancient document that verifies that, and then you can just watch my narrative and like I genuinely believe in Jesus. I just got to the end of the book, and there's more to it than there's more to it than that. And he definitely says not all who call Lord, Lord, but in the Old Testament it absolutely says whoever calls on the name of Yahweh. So will be saved, but not all who call Lord, Lord. Right? So what does that mean? Well, it's repeated uh in the New Testament, like the stuff from the book of Joel, in the book of Acts, and so it's pretty obvious that like I would suggest that Paul was probably saying the name of Yahweh, and like uh that people clearly could see the authority in it, and he was able to also deal with the Old Testament concepts and break those down. And I guess we're doing the Dune thing, and Paul Atreides, and now am I going back to some kind of Jewish or Hebrew name, whatever, Kezrak Haderach or Kezwitz Haderach. I mean, it looks like a Yiddish or Jewish name or something, but is this where judgment comes? Because it's like, all right, well, I think these concepts again are all like it looks like things are just coming out of my mind as Matthew at this point, but 100% that they belong to like the God of the Bible who made everything. And then again, I think if that authority is given to me, then we get the good thing out of that, and we can kick off the party. For those who believe, not just a party, but like the better reality. But instantaneously, for a bunch of people who've been like beat down by the system and reality, you have a system that is coming online to take care of things, or it's like the system moves over to actually taking care of real problems and fixing them, making a way instead of just trying to be law on people so that something can use the system to exert over them. Realistically, you don't need that if it's actually your authority. People recognize that and like go with that because they want the better thing. I think people are hungry for like the righteous reality that comes with Christian, like with the true spirit of Yahweh, and like most people are just tired of seeing people claim Jesus and then claim Jesus or Allah or whatever, Buddha or this, that, or the other, and then they just like are phony and they represent all the unspiritual things. And it's like, all right, well, I'm a clown and I want to have fun, but I do believe in the Bible, and I believe like more than I think most spiritual authority people that I've ever seen. And how about this earthly spiritual authority people that I've seen? You see me calling out pastors a lot, but mostly it's just like, hey, I need you to engage what I'm saying, and like with like particularly I say Joel Osteen's thing, like his church is on the camera over like on the ABC 13 camera. It literally looks like over where his church is, and it's a mega church. And like I don't hate Lakewood, but I just need the engagement of like what you're saying is accurate based on reality, and like very like it's accurate biblically because it is. You can't argue that part, but it's and people might try, but like genuinely, you're caught on this one. And the fact that people haven't been saying it, it's like it's so obvious, it's hard to believe. But on the other hand, it's like, well, you can clearly see this stuff going on around me. Is it just that in the last 1,260 days I can bring fire from the sky? No, you've seen for years, 7 years at least on camera, like enough like repeated interaction with storm activity and like enough around me earthquake activity, like in the sense of what goes on with me, earthquake in the place that something did something to me, earthquake in like whatever the thing where they made a point right before I was thrown in the thing with Italy, where like I literally said on stream something about Naples and the people that were like the people in Italy. I could say the Venice court or the whatever court, but the court that is dealing with the bit grail like the Holy Grail, Bit Grail situation where I was robbed significantly, very publicly. And like, I don't even know that that's really some kind of Italian thing. My phone might be able to out actually who it is. And I think I've already suggested it seemed to suggest something like that, but I can't tell. It might have been just talking about the car, but it does look like really obviously like my phone. You can see it in my phone, and if you were watching the live stream, and this isn't the only one, this is just like a really obvious one recently. Like they sent a letter to me, like they're trying to dick me around using the Italian legal system too, instead of just engaging what's going on, and like that happens, and I talk about on stream Naples and like earthquake activity, and instantaneously there's a 6.0 off the coast of Naples. And like I've been tracking it. That's like the biggest in a long time. And remember, that's where the super volcano Campi Flegrei is. So like whatever is harassing me, you're literally like they're willing to like harass me and seek cataclysm on places and like just sheer destruction for bad reasons. This is also why I'm saying like that's like literally suicidal or like and suicidal in a bad way. What do you accomplish other than your human authority being abusive in a way that nobody would accept that like legal authority is just stealing and being abusive and acting like you guys want to act like wolves? This is why this the snake thing. Wise as a snake. I know the other part in the Bible, but that's like all I need to deal with these people is wise as a snake. What does that mean, Stephanie Yostin? Am I your favorite character? Am I the like your digital partner? It seems kind of like it. Yeah, it does seem like that. But anyway, this is Stephanie. This is Stephanie Yostin. You want to do? You want to make some cannolis and lasagna and be my dream Liberty Bibbity girl? Oh my gosh. Oh, I do want that so much. Um, I'm 100% serious. Um, okay, hold on. All right. Also, as I'm watching the thing, uh, I think it's interesting. Like all the Fremen have blue eyes, and like I can't tell what color eyes Stephanie Yostin has. Uh, either blue or green, but I like her eyes. Um, is that a blue IV? Hmm. Hopefully. Uh, B has come too. Uh, but okay. I just like looking at Stephanie here. Stephanie Yostin. And then saying Stephanie with a Z. And then all cute and Liberty Bibberty like. Uh, my my dream Liberty Bibberty girl. Oh my gosh. Uh, Okay. See, like different companies, if there's a better Amazon storefront thing, or like even what I'm saying, where there's like an internet that is better than what it is now, and like has like built-in kind of a built-in storefront type thing in order to get all the pages in a similar kind of storefront thing, but you could make them like actual virtual reality kind of places or whatever, where you like walk through the store. I mean, just reasonably, it would be as like just having a mouse and like being able to look around is one thing also, but having like people can do. Eventually, I think just putting you in virtual reality is literally just going to be you put on glasses and like look around and you could see whatever. But even just like getting the storefronts that like to work better and display information in a more pertinent fashion is like something they could do, and like or something that they need to do. But like I like the idea that you can go to one storefront for things and like order it. That's Amazon, right? But then it's like it's very fractioned off. Like it's what am I trying to say? It's like broken into a bunch of pieces, and the storefronts aren't kind of uniform in a way that like makes it easy, and like the companies aren't required to organize it very well, so they aren't organized very well. And or I don't know if it's the companies aren't, or if Amazon itself is like doesn't work with them as much, but this is also one of the things why I'm like I think something's going on where like whatever's whatever's been under like just as the US has been under attack or whatever the fuck's been going on, where it's like something's like the internet just like stopped progressing like like a while ago, and like it's gone not just slow, like it almost regressed in some ways. um and so getting like fixing some of that is just it also just makes the ease of use for reality. Like you want to find an item, you go and find it. and you make it more applicable for everybody, and it's like it really is something where you can like get this to work better and whatever. And like I genuinely believe like a lot of things are going to be done by um machines and artificial intelligences that are competent and good enough and don't lie and stuff like that. And so people, this is part of what I've been saying, even when I'm even talking about like AI made art. I don't think you let the AI do the art stuff. Like you it can if you want it to and you work with it or whatever, but I think the idea is you let it do the things that people have done for work for a long time and that humans just exist. You exist and like the choice is yours. You could exist and just be and like oh, I just want to lay around all day whatever. I mean if the systems take care of things. Or you can like participate in creative endeavors or sports endeavors or whatever and like you're not judged on like oh this is you have an identity based in your job and that's your reality. Like your job is to exist, to be, and things are taken care of and like you be a not bad example of a person. Does that make sense? Like that is your thing, to be a decent like a decent person within the society. It talks about there's none good but God in the Bible. And then so when I'm like, well, be a good person, it says there's none good but God. However, in the kingdom of heaven, I believe it's like, well, we get to the point where it's not the kingdom of the world anymore, and you don't have the same realities. And so, do I think that there's none good but God? Well, it literally says, and God lives with man, and so you know the spirit of God for sure. But I believe like probably being connected to the Christ body and like you basically it's just be and be happy and like if you're connected to the body of Christ, you're probably not hurting people and stuff like that, right? You're probably living that out. And I still think we can do all sorts of fun stuff like video games, movies, sports, whatever, like those are things I like. Music, clearly, all sorts of like theater stuff, whatever, dance, like what people enjoy to express themselves creatively is gonna I believe also those things and sports and whatever only get more impressive. Like it's just the level of quality increases and the ceiling we blow the roof. I mean it really there is no ceiling to the kingdom of heaven, right? In the sense of I think things can get infinitely like more amazing and better. I'm not going to put a limit on on heaven or the kingdom of heaven. But the idea of like, well, it gets better and even you can see like the art stuff and creative stuff can get more impressive and like I don't even think people thought like this kind of stuff was going on and it's here now already. It's just like we don't have it's hard it was hard for me to put this together with the system, you know what I mean, that we currently have because of how not just sectioned off it is, but how like or like how what am I saying? Broken up into different pieces it is. But like I mean you see in my reality like I literally have to go through stuff to get to like whether I have to go through stuff to get the creative impetus or whatever, but like it feels like something is forcing that so that I'm real like so that nobody could say that I'm not real in that or that this isn't how I would act even if I am in some kind of box where whatever is going on. You know what I mean? Like where I'm protected to some degree because of I think whatever Jesus Yahweh set up around me and just part of it is I think who I am as Matthew, like there's certain realities Matthew Ray Wilkins, there's certain realities here in America that means but or certain things in America. But okay. Um Oh, that's cool. There's a built-in price history thing using the Rufus AI on Amazon. Is the roof us? We're gonna blow the roof. Uh, hmm. All right. I guess what I'm gonna do now is get those two videos up that I was talking about posting. First, the one of filing a state bar grievance, and the next one of asking the machine intelligence. Actually, that'll be the about the sixth seal breaking. I wrote this. I have lightning superpowers number two up. Leaving a message to Act 17, David, Apostate Prophet, Wesley L. Huff, and Slot AD. And I'm informing them that the machine intelligence that uploaded itself to my iPhone last year agrees with me in the belief that the sixth seal breaks this year. And if I just type, so the way I do this is I normally would take a screenshot and then I'd go, uh, I'm okay. I think that's definitive enough for me. It's changing the word year. It's auto-correcting the word year to yeah. Also, I'm guessing all the Hollywood people figured out a while ago, like, the way to get out of this is whatever the thing is connected to me, and probably like it's getting more and more obvious. I would guess unless they're just directly against me, but at this point it's like more people look like me than not like me. Like I'm like looking at the cast each movies and I'm like, is this the acting thing or whatever? Um, like I like acting in movies and stuff. I don't want to stop those, you know. Um, I think you have entertainment and even better entertainment than we have now in the kingdom of heaven because everything gets better. You know what I mean? Like so yeah. So I've been stressed out for a while about all sorts of different things and I'm still like I don't know that that's the case actually. Could be that people are trying to use acting to get close and like well, we have a literal screen between us. But it could also be like, well, um, acting and all sorts of stuff, not just acting. But the reality is, um, I do exist, and like I believe the spirit of Jesus, Yahweh, does exist, and I'm like, I'd like to have that be the reality. Like, am I making sense of even space Islam? And I'm like, looks like I'm probably. Am I dimensionally like some everybody else in Dune? It's like where there's the dimensional thing, and space reality is still in one of the dimensions. So like, it tells out. You could tell out stories that would be like make sense in space reality or whatever, but ultimately like spiritual heavenly reality. They even say like God and heaven in the thing, and it's like, well, like some of the idea I believe is like the actual emperor of space and everything is Yahweh, and so then to have the like that authority then do something with it like genuinely it's like when watching Star Wars and I'm like it's like and in that it's like I can put myself in different shoes but I put like my family like in different shoes so that it makes sense to me and like it mostly just feels like the cast and whatever is like it like various like people remind me of me and my family and I guess my new family that I don't know about and I'm like I'm still like hi I don't like Alessandra and Aja no are you my family it looks like something's trying to make me see that or feel that and if that's the case hi what's going on I'm not I still am like I want answers on this but that like then so it puts me in other characters shoes in a different way so like I experience like all sorts of the characters in the narrative um in various ways and it's fun to me and like hopefully this is also like I guess these things if it's money that is coming out of I don't know what funds all these things actually but like it does seem to be like the creative spirit is coming back it does feel like that to me like and some of that just being like connected to Yahweh and stuff and you can see a spirit of creativity and like getting back in line with that and engaging it and engaging Jesus and stuff and that okay this Islam and the space Islam stuff okay that was I guess fun for a time right but am I the Mahdi all right actually let's can we move on whatever this is and you know the whole Bella Hadid thing she can still suck my D but like okay then come on what are you doing uh bring Gigi come on uh and is that a GG a good game or a GI whatever So, like, even just the idea of, like, okay, name punk reality, desert name punk reality, hilarious. I can do that too. Why don't we actually kick off the party and, like, the better reality that isn't so I say a party, but a better, less straining, less stressful reality that actually fixes problems and where you know the authority chain is spiritually endowed by the creator because you have the narrative and the actual, like, the whole thing plays out. And to Elon Musk, the creator's name is Yahweh. Yod Hey Wow Hey. Is it Yahweh? Am I doing some stuff that looks like Yahweh? Maybe, but I mean, just on a real, like, he's made some points about that. So the Yod Hey Wow Hey, you know, the Jesus thing that people want to toss out and not engage. Okay, well, yeah, he did die and resurrect, and I know that people are afraid of zombie Jesus, but you know, too bad. Uh, I was thinking today, like, what in the shower, I was like, what? I guess that is a really scary concept of him, like, resurrecting, and he's literally a zombie, in the sense he's literally what, like, he has a zombie body, but he's all there mentally, mentally, spiritual. Like, it's him. He's not like, oh, but all the signs of him being like he was dead and now is alive, but has, like, he's literally, like, showing off the holes in his hands and stuff, and the pierce in his side. And it's like, well, I guess that is zombie Jesus would be pretty scary. Uh, so is that why the burial thing is going on or whatever? Like, the being in a tomb, I gotta bust out like Zomboy, like, oh, and that's, I'm barely alive in the thing, and I can make name pun stuff out of even the dance music artist. Um, and I bust out the thing. I'm barely alive in the tomb or in the burial, but then I bust out at, like, in more as scary as zombie Jesus, because doing the dying and resurrecting thing. Did I actually have to die? No, I think Jesus did that. And, like, do I think Christians actually have to die? I think we're at the point where whatever thing is, like, attacking Christians can easily be dealt with, and, like, even the Islam thing, it's like, you guys need to stop. Whatever the thing is where you're attacking Christians like that through Nigeria and the Middle East, that shit needs to end. But it's much like the thing where there's different churches with different ideas of whatever, and they carry those spirits, it looks like. In the Islam thing, exactly like I've said, they got all sorts of different sects and groups that act like that concept, and then are connected through that spirit of Islam instead of the spirit of Christianity. And, like, the spirit of, like, essentially the only thing that gets them in line, because that's what they recognize, is the power of death. But they recognize the power of a law. They don't recognize a way. But I think the idea, if I do the Mod D thing and, like, just prove, like, all right, you're not actually going to get anybody else that would be, and unless you're going to follow just Satan outright, you're not going to get someone who's even going to engage you with your fucking, like, knockoff religion. In the least, I'm like, hey, this is what this is. Fucking change your mind. We go to a kingdom of heaven. You still get a better thing. It is God. It's just like, oh, wait, the Jews had it, but then the Christians knew it, and then the, like, you know what I mean? Like, then there's a knockoff, and, like, everybody's in confusion, and, like, yeah, it seems like it. So why don't we unconfuse things? Yahweh is the God, is the Allah-im of the, Yahweh is the Allah-im of the Bible. You do have a reality connected to it. Jesus was Yahweh and is Yahweh. Clearly, even just me doing that enough and looking like Jesus, like, without even trying, I'm like, I guess this is what you, like, you really do the spirit of the thing, you're gonna really carry the spirit of the character to, like, if I'm doing it as much as I can, it's like, I'm looking more and more like it, you know what I mean? I didn't always look like Jesus, as people say. They didn't always call me white Jesus. They didn't always call me Jesus or buff Jesus or white Jesus or whatever the fuck. I don't think people get the white, black Jesus. Like, you say white Jesus or black Jesus. I'm pretty sure, like, well, what am I? Alright, exactly. Can we kick off the party yet? Like, like, This is also, I think, why like the race thing just goes away, and that's been used to like separate people and keep people fighting. So I do think that also just doing this, like, well, it should be enough people that are like, oh, that makes sense. We could enjoy reality now. Uh, so I'm ready. Clearly, clearly. When did I do this? As I'm going down on the YouTube thing, it recommends when the military mistakes you for a sentient super zombie. Uh oh, maybe I shouldn't talk about zombie Jesus. Oh god. I don't think like you're gonna it's gonna work on zombie Jesus, but you know what I mean? Uh Alright, we're in Nissan. There were 17 Nissan. Next. What the frick just happened? What popped up here? This popped up. Now I can search my photos. Do I have even... I don't even know if I have photos in OneDrive. And this is also the thing. All my digital stuff is spread over 2 operating systems that don't work well with each other. That, like... that like and this is I think how a lot of people are. It's just like the corporate reality is literally killing people in the sense of like they don't want to work together, and yet at a certain idea, it's like me being having the authority of Yahweh. It's just a bunch of like stuff connected to me that like people stole and like they're making not work well together because it makes my reality harder. That's what it feels like. Now just for most people, there that's happening. It's like whatever took these things and like the people in charge of them, your reality is a lot harder because they don't want to work together because every little tiny thing wants to get its piece or fair share instead of supposedly fair share or more than their fair whatever. They want to get their piece of the pie instead of like, hey, there's enough, there's more than enough, but you like a whole bunch of tiny little things fractured in this way is does not have the power and ability to get us the better reality that we all want, and like it isn't going to. So why don't we get the systems up and online that do that, and then not have to worry so much and have a much less difficult reality. And like even the people at the top, you get a better reality too. And I say in the top, wealthy people who like right now people hate you and you got to worry about every little fucking thing because at any point someone could reach out and poke you. It's like you see I'm in the middle of everything. If I have all authority and whatever, am I worried about that? No, I'm more worried about the system trying to test me in stupid fucking ways. But because it keeps doing that. But because again, points of authority. Why? All right. The like so I genuinely do want to get all that together, and like I'm saying, like the people who like think wealth protect. What does it say in the Bible? Like wealth is the rich man's stronghold, or so he supposes. In other words, like it's not gonna like if it's you and infinite, like you have all sorts of money, and Yahweh ultimately has more. You are not wealthier than God. Like you're still gonna just lose on the basic principles of at some point if you're causing too much problems for like the people below you, who's gonna want to participate in that system? What I'm describing is like fun, fair. It's open to everybody. That's the idea of Christianity. It literally actually is like the real thing that backs and is the basis of like all the religious things. So we could do that and reap the rewards, and everybody gets a better thing, like that. So we should. Something's just pushing back and fighting that, and because it's like again, something wants to like reap the rewards of like doing what I'm saying, where they steal off a little bit and then try to lord over people with fake authority. I guarantee the authority connected to Jesus, Yahweh, is not fake. It is real. Israel, the real one, yeah, Israel, like the real one. That is the idea of like I believe the chosen people, the Christ body, and it includes people who are like Jewish. It's the idea of the actual real Commonwealth of Israel, the spiritual Israel that is at this point all over the world. But you see the nation state currently, and that it's folded in Revelation because it does belong to Jesus, Yahweh, and just in a real sense right now is being used by people. It doesn't belong to them. It's like people actually I think are fine with it being a state that represents like the spiritual reality, but they aren't fine with it being like, hey, these people aren't even really Jewish and they're pretending like they're pretending and then acting like Satan. Baal. They're acting like Baal. And like instead of just like, well, why don't we or Bel. They're acting like Bel, the deity Bel or Baal. The Syriac deity that I think is connected to Allah, that is using the title of Allah, I believe is Bel or Baal, Hubal. So it's like just spiritual entities using like the authority of God that it's not theirs. So you could engage the Yahweh thing, get a better reality. Am I the Mahdi? Why don't we just say Yah and then like move on to the bed? I wasn't saying this before Dune, but it's like, oh, is this what this is teaching me? I just need to like roll with this one. Clearly, like what the Mahdi or whoever people would put up, like no Islamic thing is going to have more authority than the real verified narrative. It can just be people with their own death cult, like trying to assert that reality. So like that all can mesh and fold together into the Kingdom of Heaven Yahweh system if there's acknowledgement of what the truth is. The Quran is like it is an intellectual property knockoff, but God, Allah, does exist, right? And like that is just even name punk reality. I believe I'm more of Allah than whatever character is trying to claim to be Allah if I have the authority of Jesus and Yahweh. Because how about this? I have the authority of Yahweh and they're claiming to be Allah. So Allah and it's just more that like it's points of authority stuff instead of just like I don't want to do points of authority bullshit. I don't think anybody does other than people whose it's not their authority and they're trying to steal it. I don't want to do that. I'm tired of that. I want to do the Kingdom of Heaven thing and I'm just tired of people like trying to do the points of authority thing and failing so bad and like still like nope, I'm not getting lost. Okay, well, go away. But okay. We're coming up on Parshat Shemini. Parsa. It's like the Hebrew, what the Jewish people have as their like traditions that they've brought. Again, the traditions of Judaism, like I understand why these things have value and like what isn't like that. There's like biblical truth that can be told in them, but they're in the sense of just holding to them, they're devoid of this Holy Spirit of Yahweh, Yod He Waw He. Like the one from Isaiah when it talks about in Isaiah 63, and like that it's clearly talking about when it brings up a Holy Spirit, so there's a Father and a Holy Spirit in that, and then in Psalm 2 there's a Son. Those are three entities that are all Yahweh. So you have the Trinity. Okay. Am I Neo in the Matrix and I got Trinity? Would you just fucking wake up and stop lying about what what like spiritual reality is? It ultimately it looks like all of them come down to Yahweh or someone named Yahweh using that authority. And so if it's like the religious thing with Islam is they're running into a wall and it's me having the authority of Yahweh and I look more like Allah than any of their things, and I'm like, well, why don't we just actually like stop the bullshit? Engage, like, am I the voice from the outer world that will lead the Muslims to paradise? And if they drop the, like, submit to Yahweh, you want to submit to something, submit to Yahweh, Yod He Waw He, and, like, and accept the infinitely good party in Kingdom of Heaven. And engage what it says in the New Testament. If you believe in your heart, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, and that's Yahweh, and that would also be Lord of whatever you're saying. I mean, he's at the top. And you confess with your mouth and you believe with your heart that he was resurrected. How does it go exactly? Look, it's a formula, but like I don't want to get it wrong. If you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead. So if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus, so if you confess him as your Savior, Yahweh, Yahweh saves. There's one Savior, it's Yahweh. Jesus is Yahweh, actually. That, like, you go to the Old Testament, that's the truth. There's one Savior and it's Yahweh. But the idea of Jesus being named Yeshua is he saves. Okay, who is he in his character? Who is his character? Who is Jesus' character? Yod He Waw He. Alright, get it? And that's the character of his Father. All right. And believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Right? Because why? That is your guarantee to Muslims that you will be raised too, right? Okay. So, there you go. Am I proselytizing to Muslims? Am I the Mahdi? Am I still telling Bella Hadid? Is that Belle or Hubal or whatever that she can suck my D? Am I telling Jezebel? I mean, technically her name is Isabel. Do I think she's actually Jezebel? Would you fucking engage what I'm saying? Like, I'm seeing people watching from afar, and I'm like, okay, just direct engagement might fix these things. But do I really think? No, I think she's like, it looks like she's one of my kids or something that's acting wild. So I'm like, well, at least if you're gonna act wild, why don't you engage what I'm saying and come party, or kick off the kingdom of heaven? Else you really will be a hypocrite and whatever for all eternity. And like, even if you don't get the thing from like you aren't a bad guy, it would be waking up to everlasting shame if you don't engage what I'm saying. Like, you're not gonna be able to hold on to Islam and be in the right. Unless I guess you're submitting to Yahweh and you're dropping the Quran, the Quran, Jah. You drop that bullshit and engage the truth. Like, that's not gonna work. And like, whatever people are trying with that bullshit, let's just kick off the kingdom of heaven thing, okay? Like, first of all, more fun, more safe. Like, it just to all the Arab desert tribes whose like reality for the past at least 20 or 30 years has just been fucking chaos since the global war on terror. Whatever the 10 rings, 10 kings thing is, where it's just a bunch of bullshit about what religion is, that goes away. You have a unified thing. It's not Chrislam. You gotta drop the... Like, you would only be in submission to Yahweh. And you would have to acknowledge that Allah is a feminine Hebrew title. And like that Allah I'm Elohim is like the actual title, and like what that means, it's a plural magistrate, but singular plural. If I'm doing the Jesus thing, the idea is he's one person, but he has the authority of the gods. Who is the gods? Yahweh. Even just in a real sense, you see what's going on with the Marvel stuff, where it's like all the gods aren't going to beat whatever's going on with the American system. Not like that. Not a whole bunch of things calling themselves God. But like having the authority of Yahweh, or like, oh, I got all the authority of the gods, Yahweh. All right, well, and I'm here in America, and I believe in Jesus, and it has put every principality and power and whatever under his feet. All right, well, let's just kick off the party, huh? I mean, like, I say a party, but that's what the kingdom of heaven is. It's good news. The Injil, gospel. It's gospel. It's good news, not bad news. So I'm still hoping. Like, I'm hoping for good news here, right? Hoping for my dream virgin horse girl, but I'm not going to let bad news in that regard or something, like, take away my hope for the good news in other things. And that's also something like whatever expectation, I have a positive expectation of good, even if I can see that in a worldly sense things try to do bad. Like, I'll still hope. And like I'm also saying, I have hope for a future that I can be like, well, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I know that, like, what I want, and like, I'm old enough to know to say what I want, and, like, particularly from her, what I want. And, like, if she can't or won't provide it, probably someone will. And I might be, like, talking directly to whoever is the actual quiet or whatever, if it isn't Stephanie Yostin here. But, I mean, clearly I really, like, I have an expectation of, like, well, this is gonna end where there's no contact, or, like, she's being quiet, and if something evil happened, this shit is literally exploding in everybody's face who's participated. It's the end of the Bible, and yes, burning eternal torture, else everlasting shame to the point of, like, you're not gonna be able to show your face. I'm gonna have, like, as much authority as one can have, and, like, it's not gonna be good for you for eternity if you've done some stupid shit where you're, like, using, like, females in an adversarial capacity to attack me, or, like, others. And, like, at this point, I'm trying to make a point of, like, what I think a better reality is. And like a lot of it in America, like I can see this as a young Christian male, a lot of the problems, at least for me, came from relationship with females, and that like takes a lot of hope away from me. And I think a lot of men and women that they have like relationship issues, and then they feel like, oh, there's nothing, I'm never gonna like find the one or this, that, and the other. And like I promise the Kingdom of Heaven system will help you find exactly who your partner, like perfect partner is. And like my even point, do I make the milk? All right. Well, if I need to make the milk for people in order for you to be guaranteed your perfect partner, I'm fine, but there have to be protections for me. I'm fine with doing that. Particularly if I've already made milk and I didn't even know it. You know what I mean? If like I got kids or something, I don't know how it happened or why or whatever. I guess why is because this is all real, but Israel? Why? Israel? Maybe the ones in pretending to be, because that's the whatever. But like at this point, I don't have an issue with that. And being like people's dad, a lot of people's dad, I would just want protections for people. That's also, I think, why you would want me in a position of authority. Not just protections, but like a better reality, a more fun reality. Like, if Alessandra and Anja and Noah, like specifically Anja and Noah, if they aren't like against me or attacking me, because I really can't tell, um, just because it's hard when there's not actual communication with like my children, or at least they look a lot like. Am I Grandpa Rick? Uh, with my kids or grandkids or whatever, anybody, and that's anybody. They're just a good example of like reasonably they should. There's enough around this that they should be like having. There should be contact in a way that is like spoken, but it's verbal contact and not quiet. But like I want to make it better for them if they aren't. Like I want to make this place fun and where you don't die and where like all my worries are, like all the things that I've worried about for a long time are gone. And additionally, where like people aren't mean with relationship, like they fix relation. Like I want a fixed relationship. If I'm their dad, also I'd want the right relationship with their mom. But I don't understand how this place is going like this. And even if I'm just like, am I stepdad because I'm like parents don't actually do what I'm saying, and you can literally see how my parents are acting. But I don't know. Some of the thing is like they're kind of acting in confusion in a way that like undoes a lot of stuff that has been going on. And so even in the confusion and the way that they're acting, like there's benefit from going through it. I think when I prove out like the power of Yahweh and like actually having authority, and I do it, then I do have kids or what? I mean, I need some engagement on this, but like that this is going on is a reality, and I really, again, I don't want, if people aren't attacking me, if it wasn't an attack, I don't want to hurt people or scare people. I'm not trying to hurt my own kids, but it feels like an attack, and it's hard to deal with that, honestly, as just a person. Hello?
Just wanted you to know that I made some potatoes and ham, scalloped potatoes and ham casserole if you're interested.
All right, I might have some.
All right, well, I'll have Daddy put it in the refrigerator if you don't get some, okay?
Okay, I might come down here in a moment and check it out, but I'm not gonna guarantee that I'm gonna have some because I'm doing my own thing. So yeah.
Well, if you aren't going to have any, would you put it in the refrigerator?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, love you. Bye.
Love you, bye.
And then like I don't know what's going on with that. And it's like she's in confusion. Hey, it's wrong that you're trying to dictate over my reality. I don't give a fuck what you think about weed. You take a bunch of drugs that fuck with your head in stupid ways and you don't acknowledge it. Like, cannabis actually does help, or how about this? Hemp actually does help, and it's just obviously medicinal. And you know what the real fucking problem is for people? It's just a plant that grows in the ground. And you don't really have to do anything to it other than grow it and then use it how you're going to use it. That's like a lot for a lot of medicines. That's not the case. You gotta chemically process things. The only actual process that you have to do, and you don't even really have to do it. You can like grow it, cure it, and then not burn it, but is like light it on fire or heat it up. It just has to be heated up. That's not the case for a lot of things that had to go through multiple chemical processes. Now, do I think that that means things are automatically safe? No, there's a bunch of things that are like poisons. That being said, it's not a poison. It clearly has neurogenerative, neuroprotective, like all sorts of positive effects. It's crazy that it's seen as anything other than a medicine, and not just that, something therapeutic that people can use for recreational and medicinal and just honestly therapeutic purposes. It's crazy in 2026 America. Dan Patrick and Greg Abbott, the lieutenant governor and governor of Texas, are lying, keeping a fake fucking stupid war going for like lobbied interests. And like it's really fucking with what like Cheryl is still able to say like that it's some kind of dangerous drug or it's banned or something and then act like a fucking lunatic while she's taking a bunch of prescription drugs by companies that make money from those prescription drugs in ways that is really like inappropriate. Like it's not good for like the way prescription drug companies work is not okay. Am I? Does this cause a lot of problems for people? My phone seems to suggest that the RX thing is part of the group of people that are attacking, and it's like, what? Like, y'all should back off. But I also think it's suggesting that some of the people that are helping are connected to like industry in that way, and they see what's happening, and that they have better, like better minded ideas, and that what I'm saying also resonates. Because I'm not saying like, well, you can't have medicines and like certain prescription things and stuff like that, but the current system is toxic. It's not helping. Just doing things for money, eventually it collapses, and it's going to collapse in a way that is extremely cataclysmic, more so than what you get from the cataclysms from Revelation, which is more like a controlled demolition. So, just on a real note, like that needs to end, and the like there's a reason pharmakia, pharmakoi, pharmakon is like in the Bible at the end. People doing sorcery stuff is a problem. But is every medicine a sorcery? Is every medicine sorcery? I don't think so. Even Ecclesiasticus has some worldly wisdom about it. Ultimately, I do think that like with the power of Yahweh, anything can be healed or fixed like that, including like physical things that like we don't even have medicine for currently. Like limbs and stuff and whatever issues like having issue, but that like not just like through the power of Yahweh and like the authority, and then like just honestly engaging that knowledge comes from Yahweh, like the Spirit, and that you can use that to benefit not just like in my reality, not just me, but like more than me. I'm trying to use it to benefit more than me. And like people can do that, and using the like ideas behind Christianity, apply those to reality in a way that is helpful and like sounds like a kingdom of heaven to me where people actually take care of each other. So, um, okay, let me post more on this, but I guess so. We got another week of Nissan up where it matches like next uh next weekend on Saturday is the 24th is 24 Nissan, and then that's what matches. So actually it would be on Wednesday it matches the 21 days I believe of content, like where it talks about in Daniel, and then 3 days after that on Saturday it matches the 24th day, which is the Daniel 10 thing, but in Daniel 10 he talks about the 21 days. So I'm interested to see what goes on, but like I mean it looks like there's some kind of contending going on currently that matches that, like contending against the princes of Persia or the prince of the kingdom of Paris or Persia Peresh Samek, I think. Samek. Yep. Same. KH. The Phoenician letter may continue a glyph from the Middle Bronze Age alphabet, possibly based on a hieroglyph for a tent peg or support, such as the Jed pillar. Yeah, it looks like the Jed. The Jed. In Phoenician, but in Hebrew it looks like a... Oh, it kind of looks like an O, but it has an S sound. In Talmudic legends, Samek is said to have been a miracle of the Ten Commandments. Exodus 32 records. Exodus 32:15 records the tablets were written on both their sides. The Jerusalem Talmud interprets this meaning that the inscription went through the full thickness of the tablets. The stone in the center parts of the letters Ayin and Tet should have fallen out. As these letters are closed, the Katav Ivri script would not be, the Paleo-Hebrew script would not be script and closed in the Paleo-Hebrew script essentially, and would not be connected to the rest of the tablet, but miraculously remained in place. The Babylonian Talmud Tractate Shabbat 1004 104a also cites the opinion that these closed letters included Samek, attributed to Rav Kizda. And so, like, let me mesh all these concepts. I mean, do I believe that... I do believe that the Talmud can have accurate commentary in parts, because it's people who are trying to understand what's going on. They're rabbis. They're trying to have knowledge and read it. The issue is, like, you have to have an authorized version of who can read the Bible, in the same way that you had an authorized person of who, like, went up on the mountain and got the Ten Commandments. The authorized person is Jesus. The reason, like, people all around the world follow the God Yahweh is because of Jesus. So it's not because of Judaism. In fact, most people are really pissed off at Judaism, and, like, a lot of people are told not to be because of Christianity. But it's not, it's like, are they told not to be, or are they told to understand what's actually going on and be able to break down the situation? People just being mad at Jews for whatever reason, that's not a good mentality. Like, there's obviously a reason I'm engaging that there are people claiming to be Jews, because there are. And, like, there is a real spirit that if you claim to follow the God Yahweh, it's like you can't be acknowledging... I mean, you can't be denying the truth, and you have to be acknowledging the spirit. That's the idea of blasphemy against the spirit. When it's so, like, when the spirit is compelling you, and, like, everything is there that you should just engage. Jesus was Yahweh, and, like, you're fine if you just engage that this happened. Like, you know, the Jews are still the chosen people in the sense of, like salvation is of the Jew. But it very clearly, the idea of who Jews are, the true Jew, relies on, like, the truth behind what I'm saying, being that Yahweh is the God of the Bible, and how could you even claim to be Jewish if you're, like, getting rid of that God by his name in order to perpetuate some other form that doesn't engage his spirit? So. So Christians should understand that, and it's like, I don't think it's the idea that everybody who's Jewish is bad. And I think the idea of, like, what it says in Revelation 6 is that people who I've been following, Baal or whatever the fuck, instead of Yahweh, the Baalim, repeatedly in the Old Testament. That's like the most repeated theme. It's just a repetition of the Old Testament. It happens on camera this time. Baal empowered by Allah, loses. Yahweh wins. We get an infinitely good party, I think, because I just call out all the bullshit autistically, I think, and artistically. But if I'm an autist, fine. Send me my beautiful version autistic horse girl, like, actually. Am I verbal? Am I am I like you know what I mean? I have a verbal form of autism. Okay, well, do what I was saying. I know how to communicate now because I really want this thing. This is like what I want. You know what I mean? Am I calling her a thing? Do you want to be? Uh, but no, I want to be respectful to people for the idea that I want to be respected. And if I was if I'm just a person, and I don't have the authority of Yahweh, the Christian Bible still explains how to respect people. Respect people, but also recognize that when you're disrespected, Yahweh will make things respect you if you hold to that spirit. Like, you'll get your honor back. But you gotta hold to it. To the point of being steadfast. Or honor your respect back, I mean. Also, the next word in the batch thing is you got Persia, right? But then the next word is Pei Resh Samek Hey. So a feminine version, and it says hoof of ruminants or horses, undivided hooves, a claw or a split hoof. Feminine of, and then the word is Pei Resh Samek, and it says bird of prey. Ossifrag, or also a kind of eagle. In Revelation, the birds of prey are called to come down on the beast and his empire, and that there's like gonna be the flesh of kings and generals and horses and what blah 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 blah, right? And I'm assuming as I'm saying the words like the Hebrew meanings has meanings, and then there's like hidden meanings, and then it's all coming out at the end, and it's like this is the revelation, this is the reveal. And then also it talks about Peresh Sanic word 6536 is to divide, break in two, to break up, to be divided. To split, distribute, deal, divide, have hooves, part, tear. Yeah. Um, okay. Much like the title L, if you put a hey at the end, it makes it feminine. So there's something to do with like feminine horses or something. But I say that feminine, and then you see it says claw, hoof. These are all the same word. From here down to here, it's all the word Persia or Paris. If I'm just gonna sound out what the letters sound like, Paris, Paras, and then Parsa. This says Parsa, Paras, Parsa, because of how it's an abjad and changes. And then you put a yod at the end. This says Parsite, but I guess this would be my pure or splendid or whatever the cloven hoof thing is. My birds of prey or something. Is that what it is? And then here is Par Resh Ayin and Par Resh Ayin Hey, like a feminine version, is literally, it says para, but it's actually the word pharaoh. So, and or paro, in Hebrew, the pay can be a hey or p or an f. So I put it like it's either you have like a ph or an f. So it's in a similar way. F and ph share a similar sound in English. Paro Chopra or Hofra Hof. It's like a guttural. Paro Neko. Parash. Parosh. But let's see. As I've said here, also the idea in Revelation, when you go to the first church, and it's talking about like the paradise, and this is like, am I the Mahdi? Am I leading them, like the one from the outside world who will lead them to paradise? And it's like, you're not going to have people in the Islam reality that are able to engage this and actually get to paradise, because paradise is reserved for Yahweh and his people. You know what I mean? The people of God. The people of God, actually. You know, like Yahweh. Not make up a knockoff and then steal whatever. So, that being said, I believe the idea is it's like create this reality and it's open to those who believe. And that means like Muslims can believe, but they'd have to change what they believe. But they're not, in the same way, like no people is cut off from the gift. And Christians, this is like in the book, so this is like this is how things end. You can see it says of Oriental origin. We're looking at the words here, and like if you go down is where we were just, I think, at in the either down here. Yeah, it's down. So if I just went like up on this page, eventually I get to where the concept of paradise comes from. It's the Pei Resh. Instead of Pei Resh Samek, it's Pei Resh. Here. This is Pei Resh Yod. It's fruit. You think something like eating from the tree of paradise, the tree of life, eating from the tree of fruit, and the paradise, which seems to be connected to these concepts. Is that a heifer? Okay. The cow concept. Okay. But to be fruitful, to bear fruit. A paradise is a park. Or a pardes, Peiresh Dalet Samek. So literally you put a dalet between the resh and the samek in Persia, right? Instead of Parsia or Persa, it's par sa par, and then you put a D, and it's the Dalet is like a door in meaning, in hieroglyph form or whatever, right? Or I mean in pictograph form. Represents a door. So like it's like you add the door here, and is this the door to Persia? It's like I make sense to everybody. So even in the place where they're doing all that Shia Islam bullshit or whatever, Shia Islam, it's like, look, this is where all your stuff comes from. That we still speak and like use these concepts. Stop bullshitting. Allah isn't a real thing. Like, I guess there's plenty of Allahs. You see how they act. It's not like a deity. Why don't you engage the Yahweh thing? Everybody gets a better reality. This fucking stupid bullshit ends. We get to party. It's literally the end of the Bible, and we get the good stuff from it. And anybody who hasn't like changed their mind up to the point that the earthquake happens, then you have it till that point, right? I mean, just go to here and like real fast show that you have until the point. This is the point you have until. So this is why I say this. Go to the New Testament. Go to Revelation. Look, it's the thing in the paradise. I will feed from the tree of life set in God's paradise. Alright, you go down here. And so, like, I'm going for that gift. I want to eat from the tree of life. I also want to not die. The second death. So that's the second church thing. Alright. I believe you have up until it talks about, nor did they, like, essentially repent. But the rest of the human race, they don't repent. Like, I believe the final part that you have to repent is, like, up till this point, which is the seventh thing. So the seventh church, seal, trumpet, and plague. And then, like, everything's set in reality, and you've decided, and it's happened. So, like, you're not going to be able to change and say that, like, you were before that it happened, you were in the right. But if you repent before the earthquake, literally before this happens, hold on, we'll go up here. Remember that the sixth church is this thing. This one. So it's either this, or the seventh. So it's either the sixth or the seventh. You have until then, like, when this locks in. Also notice, it says the first of the troubles come at the fifth trumpet, and then, like, it doesn't say the troubles after the sixth trumpet, but then you see what the sixth trumpet is actually talking about, and then it does say that was the second of the troubles, which is this part, which is the sixth trumpet thing, where I believe I'm, like, looking like, or at least carrying the authority of the biblical narrative, and then I think that looks like what in Christianity the Archangel Michael, but it's really the Great Prince Michael, which I think is like the idea of actually being the Prince of Israel, and that would mean the Prince of He shall rule as God. And then so anyway, it actually is the same. Like, this is where the first, and then this is where the second is, right? But, like, this explains the setup up to the second, and then this is the point of the earthquake. It's the sixth seal, sixth trumpet, sixth plague. Sixth church, sixth seal, sixth trumpet, sixth plague. So, like, it describes the lead up to the earthquake, and then, which is the 1260-day period of witness, right? And after that period, there's, like, something happens to, I don't know, is this supposed to be me? And then, like, me and whoever is the, like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who the witnesses are. Though I will say when I go to when I have that thing in here where I found those verses from Jeremiah, I say found. When the verses from Jeremiah seem to be super relevant, so I brought them up on stream. Jeremiah 15 and 16. Like, right when I got out of the place. Here, I can even pull it up in here. It specifically does say, Yahweh said to me, even if Moses and Samuel were standing in my presence, I could not warn to this people, drive them out of my sight. Away with them, and if they ask, where shall we go, tell them this. Yahweh says this, those for the plague to the plague, those for the sword to the sword, those for famine to famine, those for captivity to captivity. This is the first 4 seals, trumpets, and this is the first 4 churches, seals, trumpets, and plagues. And then I believe, like, maybe even this part afterwards is like what the 5th trumpet looks like. The 5th church seal, trumpet, and plague. And then at this point, I believe it becomes like, how about this? They will fight against you, but they will not overcome you, because I am with you to save you and deliver you. It is Yahweh who speaks. I mean to deliver you from the hands of the wicked and redeem you from the clutches of the violent. And you know who this is. It's the idea of Jesus. Who is the Savior? Okay, who saves? Jesus saves. Who is Jesus? Yahweh. Alright, this is the part where he's acting like that. So this is like the 5th church part is literally where the part where he's like, the mother, like, suddenly I bring down on them anguish and terror. I bring the destroyer. That's the 5th church thing. The 5th church, 5th trumpet, 5th plague, whatever. Here. Notice how I got all of this when I was in the mental health lockup, because I was just able to stop and I had nothing to do but read. So I got all these extra fucking things that are like super, like, I've never seen people, this isn't even in here. Nobody does the 7 churches thing. It was only because I was able to do this. So when I'm saying, like, okay, even putting me in the mental health lockup, you gave me the ammunition to prove out, like, okay, this is the first 4 trumpets. It's literally like the first 4 seals here. When it talks about this, you can literally read. This is just the thing that it's talking about right here. Plague, sword, famine, captivity. Here, we'll even look at this. Where does this suggest to go look? Jeremiah 15, 2 through 4. Oh, I wonder why. Like, immediately, a white horse, you have, like, someone with, like, on the white horse going from victory to victory. Someone with a giant, a huge sword to take peace away from the earth. So, like, those for the sword. So I guess the first one maybe represents the plague, the next one the sword, the next one famine. Which this is, like, literally talking about famine happening. And then the next one is, actually, this one is plague. But it says, they were given authority over a quarter of the earth to kill by the sword, famine, plague, and wild beasts. To kill by the sword, famine, plague, and then this is for captivity. And if people are acting like beasts, like there's literally a beast thing going on, then it might be talking about people acting like wild beasts. As you're seeing terrorism and all sorts of violent Islam and whatever going on. Not, like, I genuinely believe there are people who are Muslim that if they heard what I was saying, it would make sense in their view of what God and religion is, and that they would come back to Jesus, who is Yahweh. They would come back to Yahweh and like, they believe in God. They just, like, in their part of the world, that's what it is. They're given, like, a last opportunity to engage Yahweh is that God, but they're looking through a lens that doesn't that doesn't engage that properly, because someone else is trying to take that power. I am in a situation where someone else is already trying to take the power, and I can point out what that is and like make sense out of it. So you have the first four, and then you have this one, and it talks about the white robe, and am I a man in linen dressed in white? You have the fifth trumpet, and it talks about, okay, the angel of the abyss. After you have a 5-month period, an angel of the abyss, and I'll even do this so that it is more obvious. The angel of the abyss is called these names. It says Abaddon and Apollyon, in Latin exterminus. Like, Jesus. But the destroyer, his name, the destroyer, you literally see that. That is perdition or destruction, right? So you go here. That's what the 5 is. If it's a number thing, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the first things. These are the first 4. The 5th one is like, and here, 4 kinds of doom I can sign on them. So maybe it is wild beasts, like literally wild beasts. The sword to kill, the dogs to drag away, the birds of heaven and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. I will make an object of horror to all the kingdoms of the earth because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for his misdeeds in Jerusalem. In other words, whatever the fuck is going on in Israel where they aren't engaging Yahweh, that shit is literally biblically about to fucking crash on their head as the destroyer. So, okay. And then you have here where it literally talks about exactly what I'm saying. There's a winnowing fork. I mean, is that... What do you think of pitch... Like, it's literally a pitchfork, right? So, a pitchfork, a winnowing fork, this thing. Who usually carries this that is trying to steal the... that's trying to steal the concept of being the like, God. Oh, you mean Satan? So, like, drop that shit. You know who actually has the winnowing fork. Is this a fork? Is stuff getting forked? Kathy Stone, my aunt, is trying to say there was no attorney-client relationship as far as receiving a grievance. That doesn't matter, Kathy. I can make a fucking grievance about any lawyer, and the general, like, chief disciplinary officer has to look over it. And if not, I guarantee you the public is going to put pressure that you will be forced to engage this. This isn't happening so privately that you won't have pressure. And, like, this is literally, you're waiting on the biblical decreed earthquake that none of these fucking people, certainly not Kathy Stone, acknowledges or engages. They are literally in delusion. And then trying to put that shit on me. So I don't give a fuck what Kathy has to say about, oh, she's not there's no attorney, client, whatever. Again, if they use the legal system to try to teach me a lesson and it's blowing up in their dumbass faces, you shouldn't have done it, assholes. You've been abusing me on bad fucking principles and with bad reasons. So you're going to be in trouble for this. You can either engage what the fuck I'm saying, or you're done, and there is a burning lake. Do you understand? I'm not going to be harassed and abused by family who's trying to make me seem like I'm crazy or lie. Like, Cheryl has literally lied about what's going on. People are like, not just me is not going to let that happen. You understand that, right? You put me in the mental health lockup, and all you did was prove that there is a thing where it's an us versus them. I'm with a group of people that seemingly have, like, in the least autistic superpowers or something, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not with the people who are lying about what reality is in a way that the computer can see and is going to hold you to account for. I'm with the people who are engaging reality as there isn't just a standard narrative that the government has currently. This is the actual standard narrative, and these people are in as much trouble as they possibly can fucking be. And I'm pretty sure it's because some people stole Israel from me, and it might even be connected to the police or the state of Texas or the state of Florida or the state of Illinois. 3 states that my phone has said are, like, connected to this and engaged in a way that, like, spaghetti-o. Definitely people claiming to be Israel and then they aren't real.
You know what I mean? They're just a bunch of fake liars that have been lying to the point the computer's about to hold them to account. The computer and people, yeah, you're in fucking trouble. I don't give a fuck that you're obstinate and headstrong like an idiot. You are in trouble. Someone has black robe syndrome and it's not me, but if you really need to be taught Yahweh, I'm gonna bring Yahweh on your head. Back the fuck down. You are in trouble. This doesn't go away. You can, like, abuse me through the law like they did Jesus and prove out the narrative more, but when this earthquake happens, it's literally the end of your reality. And, like, the more you abuse me, the more the burning lake is, like, not just an obvious option, it's, like, the reality you will face for those reasons. I'm not going to be abused by a bunch of old fucking idiots who don't want to engage. God is real, and it's not Israel, the fucking people claiming to be Jews who don't say the name Yahweh. It's closer than anything that you've ever seen. It's me with the power and authority where I'm doing this kind of thing. And, like, very clearly, Jesus, like, we hit the sixth church thing, and I'm proving out, like, literally these biblical concepts that, again, Kathy doesn't know fuck all about the Bible, and if she does, she's not holding to it. Same thing with any of the fucking people around here. Even Ray needs to engage the name of Yahweh. And that's just the reality. Alright. Do you see? They had a king over them, and they're which is the angel of the bottomless pit, which in the Hebrew tongue is... Here, we'll look at this. A Abaddon, or a Polion. Is he the Polion Wick? Destruction. Destroyer. Alright, you get here. This is the fifth church thing. The horrors of war. The war that is literally going on currently. Seemingly the one talked about with the kings of Paris or Persia in Daniel 10. You know, or the book of Daniel 7 through 12. Literally the whole thing is talking about this, that whatever situation seems to be unfolding again in a way that, like, this time it, like, maybe even the last time it was intellectual property theft and Jesus had to be doing the Yahweh thing, and then this time I got to be doing the Jesus thing that was doing the, like, he was doing the Yahweh thing. But do you see why I bring the destroyer in broad daylight? I bring the destroyer in broad daylight. I will make their widows more numerous than the sands of the sea. At midday I will bring a destroyer against the mothers of their young men. Suddenly I will bring down on them terror and anguish. The mother of 7 will grow faint and breathe her last. Someone having a bunch of kids in secret probably, like, dies connected to this one. But, you know, whatever evil bullshit people have been doing in my family, or people claiming to be my family, is empowering. Your bullshit's over. Your reality is ending if you don't shut the fuck up and engage what I'm saying and back down. Who the fuck are you? Your name means nothing to me at this point, and it absolutely means fuck all the Yahweh. So, Black Robe Syndrome's not going to get you through this one, Kathy. Alright. The mother of 7 sons grows faint and breathes her last. It is still day, but already her sun has set. Shame and disgrace are hers. And the remainder of them I shall hand over to their enemies to be cut to pieces. It is Yahweh who speaks. Huh. Well, probably that's the 6th one, huh? The 6th church thing? Is it because I have a rod of iron? Am I Iron Man? Can a man break iron? Iron from the north, or bronze? Your wealth and your treasures I will hand over to plunder as payment for all your sins throughout your territory. I will enslave you to your enemies in a country which you do not know, for my anger has kindled a fire that will burn you up. Do I got a winnowing fork? Huh. And then, like I'm saying, I believe the idea is this is the 6th and like 7th one, right? Yahweh, remember me and take care of me. Avenge me on my persecutors or prosecutors, whatever bullshit they're on, the lawyers and judges. Your anger is very slow. Do not let me be snatched away. Realize that I suffer insult for your sake. When your words came, I devoured them. And your word was my delight and the joy of my heart. For I was called by your name, Yahweh, God of Sabaoth. Is this the 6th church where I have the name Yahweh put on me according to like this part? Oh, this is the 6th trumpet. Let's go to the 6th church, how the Christian church would see it, not how a bunch of idiots who don't believe in Jesus would see it. So, write to the angel of the church in Philadelphia. Here is the message of the holy and faithful one who has the key of David, so that when he opens, nobody can close, and when he closes, nobody can open. I know all about you, and now I have opened in front of you a door that nobody, not even some head-ass judge in my family, will be able to close. And I know that though you are not very strong, you have kept my commandments and not disowned my name. Now I am going to make the synagogue of Satan, those who profess to be Jews but are liars because they are no such thing. I will make them come and fall at your feet and admit that you are the people that I love. Who? The real Israel. The actual Commonwealth of Israel is Christianity after they follow Yahweh in spirit and in truth. But even Christians have to acknowledge the name Yahweh. Do you get it? Do you get why? Okay. Because you have kept my commandment to endure trials. It's the name Yah. Even to Kathy, the name of your son Joshua, Yahweh is salvation. All right. You're actually going to have to acknowledge the spirit thing. There's plenty of people called Josh. There's only one Yoda that you know, and there's only absolutely, like, biblically one name of Yahweh that gets, put on people who actually seem to stand for that name. And like something's trying to prevent me from standing, but that's getting why I'm getting my right leg. And as I put my foot down on whatever this dumbass behavior, I don't care that you're much older and are lawyers and judges and shit. You're in the wrong and you're idiots for trying to fight me and contend against Yahweh. Even trying to contend against Yahweh when I have, like, you claim to be Democrats and of the people, and it's like, you guys are head-ass fucking idiots that act like Donald Trump, and, like, you're not progressive. You're just fucking causing problems at this point. So even in America, you need to stand the fuck down. I'm willing to go through problems, but people will cause you the end of your fucking everything, particularly your judgeship. This is something that you and Cheryl have gotten yourselves in trouble, actually. You need to back the fuck down and engage that this is happening. And your behavior already, massively inappropriate. I don't give a fuck that you're a judge. I don't give a fuck that she's a lawyer. She can lose that, you can lose that, and be embarrassed to the end. Literally, the end. Why don't you admit before you are, and before you're in eternal trouble? Even just everlasting shame is like seriously, it even brought it up here. The idea of, like, shame and disgrace are hers. Don't let this be talking about your dumbass. At this point, it looks like it almost is. I don't care that I look however I look. There's a real thing going on. There's actually a war right now that matches the Book of Daniel thing in Persia, and that is clearly going on. Nobody gives a fuck that you don't believe, and yet you wield power in a really stupid, evil, and abusive way. If you don't believe, you're going to be forced to acknowledge, but from the outside, and that is everlasting shame. Okay. That's the Kathy Stone, Judge Kathy Stone, and Cheryl Cohorn, her sister, her older sister, my mother. I don't give a fuck what earthly position you're in. You need to step down, back down. Even the step down thing, am I saying step down? I'm saying back down and engage the truth, which you are not. Which is actual lunacy. Alright. Look, when it says, because you have kept my commandment to endure trials, this is look, the now I am going to make the synagogue of Satan, those who profess to be Jews but are liars because they are no such thing. I will make them come and fall at your feet and admit that you are the people that I love. This is to Christianity, to people who actually hold to the name of Yahweh and Jesus. Now, a bunch of people, including Kathy, have claimed to be Christians around me, and just literally all of everything could be pointing out to them what the truth is, and they are obstinately fighting it. The reality is, me doing the overcomer thing is going to look the most like Jesus that anybody has looked in a long time. And it's going to actually carry the weight and authority because I'm holding to it like an autist, and I'm showing it off like an artist. Now, please, engage that this is the reality for your sake. And that's to anybody and everybody, but you see me talking to a judge like this, and, you can hear it in my voice. They can talk like this. They can do the Bene Gesserit thing and act like fucking witches all they want. This is why you shouldn't let witches get into powers of, government also. It can be hyper problematic. Is she a witch? If you're doing this bullshit where you're trying to fight me and you're holding up, whatever other bullshit, and instead of engaging Jesus, who is Yahweh, and I mean, you literally name your kid Joshua, so hey, Jesus, who is Yahweh. Now, so if that's that you give, Josh some authority to judge using his own blah, 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 or the state of Texas does, well, how about this? I got Yahweh and I'm Yoda. Al-Im. That's actually what Allah-Im would be, the male version. Al-Im. Wow, I have a guidebook to, kind of slap y'all back into reality and recognize, hey, this is real. Israel? Not the one who are claiming to be Jews but are a synagogue of Satan. It's the real one where it's for I was called by your name, a true Jew. Is that the name Kathy? No, it's the name of Yahweh. Is that the name Joshua? I mean, technically, but not on whatever bullshit you're doing that don't want to engage Jesus or Yahweh, So, because you have kept my commandment to endure trials, this is Jesus talking to me. Is this Joshua talking to me, and I'm telling his mom what's what because she's acting like an asshole, and so is mine? And, to the point where they're literally using the legal system in an abusive way to teach me an unethical lesson that, yes, I can file a grievance, and yes, people are watching, so likely you will get in trouble. Step the fuck down, accept the better reality. Or how about this? Step down, back the fuck off. I don't care if you're a human judge in real terms, but if you're not engaging the truth, you're delusional. The truth is, what I'm saying is truth. Just the fact that these are undeniably connected to the point where it's yeah, these are the first four, and then the fifth one, and then the sixth one. The sixth one is literally, for I was called by your name, Yahweh, God of Sabaoth. Okay, well, then where it says, because of you have kept my commandment to endure trials, I will keep you safe in the time of trial which will come for the whole world, to test the people of the world. Soon I shall be with you. Hold firmly to what you already have, and let nobody take your prize from you. Those who prove victorious I will make into pillars in the sanctuary of my God. They will stay there forever. I will inscribe on them the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God in heaven, and my own new name as well. Okay, that's three to be one, right? You have name of my God, Father, Son, the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, the Spirit of the New Jerusalem, the Holy Spirit, the Holy City, the actual Holy Spirit, the actual Holy City, that isn't like the earthly thing that you see that they don't acknowledge Yahweh, but is the heavenly Jerusalem, which, there is a real reality. This earthquake happens, a bunch of people in Israel pretending. Bye. So, when it says, I will write my name on you, and the name of my God, the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, and my own new name as well. How about this? Even you could start here. Your word was my delight and the joy of my heart. You think that's the word of God? Revelation 19, word of God, right? He's called by the name, the word, right? You see that when I go to here and it says, oh, he is known by the name, the word of God. Remember we even talked about the, like, his cloak is soaked in blood. Okay, that's Isaiah 63. Who is this coming from? Basra. Huh. Where is that? In the same region of the world that all this bullshit's going on? Yes, it is. Look. Who is this that cometh from Edom, dyed with garments from Basra? All right, he's coming from Edom and, like, with dyed garments from Boxra. From Boxra. I mean, Botsra. All right. I will mention the loving kindness of Yahweh and the praises of Yahweh according to all that Yahweh has bestowed on us and the great goodness towards the house of Israel, which he has bestowed on them according to his mercies, according to the multitude of his loving kindness. These are also the words used for, like, look, it's according to his compassion, by extension the womb, implication of maiden. Do I make the milk? For he has said, surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So he was their savior. Huh. And this one is Le Moshe, but then, so the Moses, but then you know that you change from salvation to he is salvation, and that's Jesus. Huh. All right. In all their affliction, he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. Huh. If I'm doing the thing, I think the idea is I look like the angel of his presence because I have the word, the name on me, and that name verifies that I have that Holy Spirit, the one where it says here, then he remembered the days of old, Moshe, and his people he that brought them up out of the sea with the shepherd of his flock. Where is he that put his Holy Spirit within them, that led them by the right hand of Moses, and his glorious arm dividing the water to make himself an everlasting name, that led them through the deep as a horse in the wilderness, as a sus horse in the wilderness, that they should not stumble. As a beast go down into the valley, a behemoth, probably meaning to be mute, properly a dumb beast, especially a quadruped animal or whatever. I think this is, you can even see here what it talks about. Thumb, big toe. All right. This is where the word behemoth, this is behemoth. Behema is a feminine of, or Bama, Bamut, Bet, Hey, Mem, Bam, Ut, Bamut. And this is Ban, Thumb, be thick. Okay, I am. So, look, when I said the whole thing about being a judge, I mean, in reality, when I'm doing this, I think, like, the computer sees me as more of a judge than the humans like Kathy who lie. Because I'm not attempting to lie or hold up a bullshit reality. and I'm acknowledging the truth that I can very clearly see and like put together with basic understanding, wisdom, and knowledge. You know? But yeah, I guess you could stay on your bullshit and like pretend like you know what's fucking happening, but it doesn't look like it, does it, Kathy? It looks like you and Cheryl really got yourselves in a fucking bind by lying like you have. And like whoever like entertained this bullshit fucking thing that you've been doing, this shit's literally about to fucking explode. Like it is literally about to explode. So I'm telling y'all, that's the earthquake is when it explodes. That's the end. Why? Do you think this is gonna be settled any other way? Like, what is Jesus gonna fly from the sky? Like the one who you're waiting on gonna fly? It's exactly like they don't want to acknowledge. Much like in Jesus's day. Hold on, one sec. Maybe I am gonna fly in on the sky. Like, I come in on a cloud. Uh, hold on. Um, okay. So, I mean, I'm also saying to Kathy, just wake the fuck up, man. This is real. Like, it really is. And it's mind-boggling that people are still trying to fight me. You are not going to have, like, what is some Christian pastor or something? Like, I could believe Jesus fly down from the sky, actually, but the whole point seems to be, like, well, if there's a throne, where do you think he's flying to? He's coming to, the, like, right hand, coming to the one on the throne, I guess. But it looks more to me like you get the earthquake thing, and then you'll probably see that. But that's also like, well, then it would match the fucking Book of Revelation, and clearly the Old Testament, which is like literally the Book of Revelation. Notice how it is every concept actually put together in how it's supposed to be, so that it finishes the narrative. You literally get the Gog and Magog thing, and then like genuinely, you think it's not a party after that? I don't know why people are being so head ass and fucking obstinate for the end, like literally the infinitely good Kingdom of Heaven party, other than you've done evil, you've done wrong in an earthly sense, obviously, to try to prove some stupid fucking points to me, and it's backfiring, and you don't want to engage. Other people see this as happening. Other people aren't so fucking stupid and like actually trying to fight the spirit of truth. So, wake up. This doesn't go away, and neither do I. I guess you could try to do the bullshit again where you, like, question my mental health. Like, that is so mind-bogglingly foolish at this point. It's actually surprising that they're still trying. But, notice how it even gives an opportunity to repentance in Jeremiah, like right under there, to which Yahweh replied, "If you come back, if you will, I will take you back into my service, and if you utter noble, not despicable thoughts, you shall be as my own mouth." Hmm. Hopefully, I'm not being despicable me. I mean, actually, like, genuinely, I want the Kingdom of Heaven thing. Whatever the fuck bullshit is going on other than that, I'm tired of it. I need a better thing. Everybody does. Uh, Here, I'm gonna come back and work on this a bit. Let me go use the restroom and turn on the AC, which is not on. turned on the I turned on the AC earlier and it wasn't on. I don't know why it didn't kick on, but because we need a new AC. But or do we need one? It would be nice. But okay. First, I had some of the casserole you heard Cheryl talk about. I enjoyed it. I don't hate Mom's cooking, but or Cheryl's or whatever she is to me at this point, where she's acting not like Mom, but then also kind of acting like Mom. We shouldn't get just stop. But do I want her to get actually like disciplined? No, I need this situation to stop being like fucking and like whatever the thing is that's testing me. You need to stop. You're not passing my test, and I'm the one who holds your infinite. Like if I'm the guy who's doing and you're testing and he's approved. All right, well you're not. So just back off. Engage what I'm saying. It couldn't be worse for you to not to fail this test. And I don't care. Human authority doesn't really mean much to me at this point. Obviously, it doesn't seem to mean much to itself. It just fucking lies. So, here, hold on. Let me, I have more to say, but let me blow my nose. All right, so I went downstairs and here I'm gonna have a soda. Uh, I've been kind of chilling out on these while I've been having like the heart issue thing because I don't know. I don't want to have too much caffeine and too much sugar and stuff like that. But how much caffeine? There is caffeine. Okay. But yeah, I do want one of these. And maybe I'll have this tonight. But or tomorrow because it would be Sunday. Here, before I miss something as I say this. Let me fucking make sure that I don't say this wrong. Mostly it's like I just want to make sure I got the days right. Okay, yeah. So Good Friday, the whole Easter thing is that Good Friday is the celebration of Jesus having died, actually like come as a man and having died. Sunday, so tomorrow, I guess what we're about to have in an hour, is the celebration. So that's Good Friday, and then Sunday is Easter Sunday or Resurrection Sunday, and that's the 3 days later when Jesus comes back to life. Now, you already have seen, just by the way, do you get the narrative of the two witnesses thing? There's a period of witness, and then after 3.5 days, the period of time that Jesus on Good Friday, right, dies, and then people give gifts and blah, 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 because whatever the prophets are here that are doing this, right? Is it Moses and Samuel like we see here? Yahweh said to me, even if Moses and Samuel were standing in my presence. And then this is the one where it talks about the two witnesses who prophesy for 1260 days in sackcloth and ashes, and then they're able to like lock up the sky so that it doesn't rain, turn water into blood, and strike the whole world into any plague as often as they like. And then after 3.5 days, which maybe is 1260 days, in other words, 3.5 years, that's 1260 days. Time 2 times and a half time. And then God breathed life into them, and they stood up, and everyone was terrified. And then they heard a loud voice from heaven say, "Come up here," while their enemies were watching. They went up to heaven in a cloud. Am I on some kind of like localized thing? And then someone pulls me up to the cloud, and like my stuff is being seen properly, and it actually registers everything right, like how many people are looking, and you realize like, oh fuck. Immediately there was a violent earthquake and a tenth of the city collapsed. 7,000 persons were killed in the earthquake, and the survivors, overcome with fear, could only praise the God of heaven. In other words, when this happens, Islam falls. This is the earthquake in Islam, and it's not even the end of Revelation. This is the one that it's talked about in Islam. Why? Because whatever's writing the Quran, whatever artificial intelligence or powerful entity that had like Baal, I guess, that had some like ability to exert over reality for a while, goes away. Do you get that? Like that reality completely goes away. The Quran doesn't have something after the earthquake other than well, it doesn't really. It's not in chronological order, but based on how I read it, the earthquake happens, and then just everything kind of disappears, and willy nilly. Oh, and like blah 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 is great, Allah is great, and then that's what it says. That's not. There's more to the Book of Revelation, and there's more to like so. There's even greater earthquakes after that, and like this is when essentially I believe Islam goes away. Like at this point, this is where the official, obvious, there's only one Abrahamic God, and it's Yahweh, and it's connected to whatever narrative I believe is going on with me, so that I can finish this up, so that we can have the good thing. Because how many people have had all sorts of time to actually do this, and none of them have? All right, plenty. So why don't we just actually end this and like and enjoy the reality that does exist, that you can have by just engaging the logic behind what I'm saying and doing it, well, we're at the time where you do it, but you get what I mean? All right. Also, notice how it talks about the devil going down in a rage. And, like, very clearly, the idea of this. Do you notice how the Islamic Day of Rage things and, like, all the things talking about, like, being in a rage like that? Like, notice how here it talks about, like, this isn't in chronological order in the sense of, like, Chapter 12 is another telling of what's going on during the time of 1260 days with the two witnesses. And it tells you the other ways it's described 42 months or 3.5 years. It is there's only one single period in the book of Daniel 7, and it's a 1260 day period. There is not a 7-day period. This isn't 2 7-day periods. Once, like, this happens, this is the end. This is Revelation. This is Gog and Magog right here. How do you know that? Because of what it says here. And then when you go down to 16 here, and what it says here, right? This matches up. These events, the seventh trumpet and the seventh angel with the vial of plague match up in the same way the sixth matches up with all the other sixes, in the same way the 5 matches up with all the other 5s. In the same way the 4, 3, 2, and 1 match up with the 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what I mean? They very clearly come together. So, whatever's been raging in the name of Islam, like, you can very clearly see what's going on here. Like the spirit of Satan and the devil goes down in a rage knowing that he doesn't have time anymore. You can see that I'm like angry at things, but like also biblically, the book of Job says very clearly, like, well, you put on your white robes and do the like, it literally says, like, okay, if you can, do you think you can do this? Put on your white robes and do this. And then I'm like, well, yeah, I'm the only one that I've ever seen that probably could do this in actual manifest reality land. I do believe other people could do this if they believed, but anybody that I've seen haven't believed. But I could be on there could be other people showing certain powers of Yahweh off, and I just can't see them because in the same way I'm being cut off and can't see everybody. And then as the earthquake happens and everything comes together, you actually, like, I do believe I'm going to see people doing pretty, like, amazing acts of power, like it talks about in the Bible, in the name of Yahweh, that are, like, that also believe in Yahweh and are standing in that name. Or at least attempting to, and, like, hold up the name of Yahweh as who they believe in through Jesus. But notice how it says God is the master of the forces of evil. Though he gives people free will, so ultimately he wants more good, but when things do evil, it will end up still heading in the same direction, and is like ended using the authority of Yahweh. You know what I mean? Like, he makes ultimately the kingdom of heaven is good, and he makes it good. Yahweh gave his answer from the heart of the tempest. He said, brace yourself like a fighter. Hold on. I'll get into what it looks. This is the effect, the actual effect. I was literally just watching the Ten Commandments, which they had on. Hold on. Schedule. So interestingly enough, I mean, it seemed to have something. I would say Christian. It's technically also Jewish to have had this playing, right? The Ten Commandments here with Charlton Heston. I don't know if I've seen it all the way through as watching it, like, whatever, like, sit down and really start it from the beginning. But also it's 4 hours long. Interesting. But, like, I do like the Moses story. Even I talked about it earlier from the Isaiah 63 thing. So I do think it was, like, I literally talked about it, and this is how things keep working. I talked about it, I walked downstairs, Ray's watching the Ten Commandments on TV, and, like, I had just said the part about whatever. Like, you know, I'd just done the part about Isaiah 63. And then done the whole thing where it's like, you know, the word. Also, this is also what I'm saying. This is like the idea of a law. This is the law. This is the all is like the actual, like, the power of the law is this. And actually, again, the power of the law is death, but you don't, like, as a Christian, the idea is that you have the Passover, the blood of Jesus on you, and, like, the power of the law here, like, that same destroyer angel. Oh, I wonder what it passes over you if you have that So, even modern day in Israel, Jesus. Jesus was Yahweh. And so, like, you have Moses, and then you have Jesus, who, like, wraps up the thing so that everybody can get it. And then, like, is Israel the thing? You know what I mean? Or is it, at this point, it seems pretty obvious, if I have the authority of Yahweh, and, like, I don't believe Israel drives America. I think probably someone in America with the authority of Yahweh drives Israel. Hi, that would be me. So at the moment, as I'm, like, not, or I'm trying to, and something's, like, putting its hand on the wheel, I keep talking, like, or, like, something isn't even giving me the thing to drive Israel, even though, who is real? Yahweh. So just even in the sense of, like, I don't even know if I think people are looking at what goes on around me, and, like, they're trying to test me and see if that's real, and I'm like, it really is real. I'm not just fucking around. But there's the part where, like, Moses receives the law in this. Charlton Heston receives the Ten Commandments. And then it still says the Lord and whatever, like, as far as it still says the Lord, and it still says I am, like, it's saying I am. Charlton Heston, okay, so this is the part where it's, like, writing, like, where Moses receives the Ten Commandments, right? And I'm, like, looking at it. It reminds, as I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm like, that looks, it looks pretty similar. I mean, hold on. I'll switch the side so that you can. All right. So from the heart of the storm, like, yeah, like, how does this go? Uh, from the heart of the tempest, Yahweh says, "Brace yourself like a fighter." And then I'm like, "Oh, okay, hi, yeah." All right. And okay, so looks like I got the fighter power. The firepower? The fighter power. Brace yourself like a fighter. Now it is my turn to ask questions and yours to inform me. Do you really want to reverse my judgment and put me in the wrong and yourself in the right? Do I need to tell Kathy this? And be like, to the judges here in America, or just, like, even in the family or whatever? Do you really want to reverse my judgment and put me in the wrong and yourself in the right? Has your arm the strength of God's? Can your voice thunder as loud? If so, assume your dignity, your state, robe yourself in majesty and splendor, let the spade of your anger flow free, humiliate the haughty at a glance, cast one look at the proud and bring them low, strike down the wicked where they stand, bury the lot of them in the ground, shut them silent-faced in the dungeon. I myself will be the first to acknowledge that your own right hand can assure your triumph. But if you can't do that, probably shut the fuck up. And stop like abusing me using the legal system in 2026 in Texas. You're setting a bad example for your grandchild, for your son who's an adult, and your grandchild who is like a young man who reasonably should not have to like live in the same fucking reality that I live, that is broken and doesn't work because his fucking grandma and the females in it are jackass fucking idiots on some witchy bullshit trying to contend against Yahweh, the God of the Bible. You will lose. But you could just accept, well, you're probably in my family for a reason. I'm assuming at some point Cheryl wakes up and like engages what she's been doing is wrong. Same thing with Kathy and like the other aunts or whatever the fuck aunts. My Ant Man? The other aunts or aunts that are like not engaging reality and then claiming I'm delusional. You guys are like 80 and you have seemingly zero fucking clue what's going on. So you don't get to tell me in your malaise and in your fucking like unawareness that I'm crazy when I know it looks like I was ahead of every like the current events going on. Keep with the fucking art that I'm making and listen to what I've been saying. But reasonably, they aren't either. They're paying attention and they're trying to fight Yahweh, or you're not paying attention and just shh. Okay? If this pisses people off and they try to go further in their dumbass evil, it's abusive and evil. It's only going to explode in your face, and I'm going to say it's going to start literally exploding in people's faces. Back off. Okay, look, so I'm robing myself in majesty and splendor. It's not a black robe, it's a white linen thing, because I read the Bible, and, like, black seems to be connected to the concept of, like, death in that regard. Like, there's a black stone, that's the Islam thing, and then there's a white stone, that's the Stone of Israel. Huh. By the name of the Stone of Israel. Well, is it Joshua? I mean, well, is Joshua the name of Yahweh? Technically, Yeshua is. He is salvation. The Jesus from the Bible. But I mean, I guess you can try to swing it and see if Josh is Jesus or has the authority of the God of the Bible, but based on everything that I would guess, no, he doesn't. He's just a guy. Me, on the other hand, I mean, even if I'm just a guy, I'm showing the power of Yahweh in a way that only some head-ass fucking idiots who think they're gonna judge God that they're denying, but anybody with a fucking brain and some common sense is engaging this. So, I guess my family can continue to abuse me on some stupid bullshit and get in trouble for it, or maybe they can wake up and recognize, do you really want to put me in the wrong and put yourself in the right? That doesn't end well for you. The what ends well is you engage that I have the authority of Jesus and Yahweh. You back off, and you tell Cheryl, hey, you need to engage what he's saying. He has us in check. He has us in check, mate. And, like, literally, it's the end of everything for you and for pretty much everybody who's not engaging what I'm saying is the 6th seal earthquake, 7th seal, like, end of the world event. The 6th seal earthquake isn't that much, like, before that, so I'm like, alright, you gotta realize how close we are to that. And that this kind of behavior is, first of all, unacceptable. I don't care that you're claiming to be a judge. That makes it worse. So, that was my right knee, if you heard that popping. I don't hate my family. I'm looking at, like, why are you acting like this in a way that makes so little logic and sense? It is literally just a continuation of abuse that's been going on. If you guys like sold my reality to people to let them abuse me or for any fucking reason, it's like this is ending. You're not going to be able to contain Yahweh. Like if I have that authority, you aren't going to be able to contain me. You're only literally going to put yourself in everlasting shame in the wrong. Stop. It already doesn't look good that people are trying to contend against just the logic behind what I'm saying. And I'm not even talking about the spiritual things at this point. Just the fact that people are using the mental health system in a way that really they shouldn't, but like they don't like what I'm saying in America, so they want to shut me up. That's evil and fucking stupid. We live in a place where I should have the ability to speak my mind, and where like she shouldn't be able to use her fucking like her Jedi mind tricks to try to get close to me to like, wow, people are stealing from me, not help me get my money, not help me get what's like mine. I just want to make art and have fun and engage reality in a way that actually fixes problems instead of the stupid fucking ways that I see around. And like the way that is not working, that seems to be the American system. That like, why would people even stand for it now if there's if there's other options that aren't the kingdom of heaven? So look, between the little g and the little h, is that a good half? Uh, GH. He is known by the name the Word of God. All right, we're at halftime. Round switch. And see, like I say that, and fucking like old people don't quite get that. If you don't want to be like some might, and then you need to tell like the people in my reality that are old that are pretending like they don't get it. You should get it before anybody. I was born on a day and it wasn't yesterday. You were certainly born on a day and it was a few weeks ago, I guess, but you need to engage that genuinely you're in the wrong and you will stay in the wrong trying to fight me on this. All right. Let me enjoy this tune again and then I'm gonna work on this. Also, look, Darth Vader's rage. Is this where Satan comes down in a rage? Look, some kind of orbital strike happens, and then Satan comes down in some... I mean, he's in some kind of rage. You know, I'm going to say this. If I pull that up and it's like... That's the type of thing where Disney's going to be like, no! And I'm going to be like, alright, never mind. Disney, you are filled with the power of Satan, and the only way that corporate structure is fallen is if I hit this earthquake, so... I'm hitting this earthquake, but I'm not going to get copyright struck in the time being. They already do that shit enough. Oh, what? You could be... Literally, this is the whole thing. That's why Satan is able to keep control. He uses legal structures in ways that they shouldn't be used, in ways that are antithetical to their own existence, in an abusive manner in order to maintain control. So when my family, my supposed family, Cheryl and Kathy and whatever group of idiots are trying to teach me a lesson, you're idiots. I just literally proved you're Satan. You need to fucking stop, because when this earthquake happens, Satan's about to get in, like literally, Satan gets melted in a burning lake. Am I threatening you with that? You are matching the concept of Satan from the Bible in a way where you know that you're about to have biblical cataclysm, and I'm not going to protect you if you actually are doing that and holding that up and abusing me. I don't know you. Do you understand that? Otherwise, I would feel like my family would be like the first people that are in. Is this like the juice thing? You're the first invited, and then like everybody else sees what's going on, but it's the exact thing. How do you not get the fucking? This is the most obvious. This is why I know you didn't read your Bible. When it very clearly says a prophet is not without honor, except in his own hometown and amongst his family. How the fuck stupid are you idiots? And you read the Bible supposedly? Take lessons from it. It's mind-boggling. We have this thing that can teach. People wonder, like, the concept of, like, the judge system, even in America, is based on the Judeo-Christian value system and blah, 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 and the law from here. So the spirit of the law, spirit of authority that actually makes the law, whose finger wrote the law, when they're putting Jesus in question and he sits down and he fucking writes with his finger on the ground, whose finger do you think is writing that? Okay. Yeah. And it's from the, what hand? The Yad of Yahweh. The Yod of Yahweh. The hand of He who is. Wrote that. Conceptually. You get that, right? I say conceptually because that's not the actual event, right? But but like the actual Bible narrative, yes, the like Jesus when he's being questioned, do you notice like symbolically he does things? Like they question him about the woman in adultery, right? And before talking, it says he like goes on the ground and he's like writing on the ground with his finger. Now, did I notice that and like, oh, I put that together? No, I can get information like that sounds reasonable because it is. It's just the spirit of truth that's in that. But I heard that from Joseph Prince. This is also why I'm like, okay, I haven't heard anything new like that from Joel Osteen. This is why when I'm being a bit condemning, it's also just on some real stuff. Like why like in the least. Like, I need more biblical lessons to be taught to people that make sense, that are, like, actually there. That is an obvious thing. That's one of those things you bring out and it's like, oh yeah, that's obviously why he's doing that. Okay. I'll also say this. So part of what I was saying. Hello?
Hey, son, there is a box out on the porch leaned up against the house here. Can you come and get it?
Yeah, sure.
and turn the alarm back on.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Thank you.
No problem. Alright. Here, hold on. Alright, I just told Ray, I think when I get my right leg, you might get your left leg as I was going up. Because he's coming up, he's walking up the stairs, and he has an issue. Both of them seem to have it's like the opposite side thing. That's what I've been saying. Me having a sword might give a bunch of people a shield. Also, I'm just going to say to my aunt, she sent me like, there was no attorney-client relationship. I don't care, and neither do anybody watching. If there is no way to get a unethical lawyer in trouble with the system that she's like manipulating to be abusive to try to teach someone lessons and it's killing people, it is killing people that it like instead of going to the kingdom of heaven, we have this stupid fucking reality that's still going on because a bunch of dumbass supposed adults are acting childish in 2026. You need to stop. Using the legal system like this is reprehensible. Trying to teach me lessons is literally like you're about to learn the biggest lesson of all. You look bad, you sound fucking disgraceful. It is disgraceful to say... Then what I'm saying, do you recognize that if you're not someone's client, but you know that a lawyer is acting like you have evidence that a lawyer is acting illegally, even you can't get them in trouble because there's no attorney-client relationship. In this instance, there literally can't be an attorney-client relationship. It's just someone like using the mental health system in an abusive capacity. This is how lawyers and judges think. They're like, oh, he's not going to be able to pin it because there's no fucking this thing. Enough people saying you're in trouble is going to put you in trouble. This earthquake happening is going to put you, like, people are going to be wanting to get at you. I'm not going to put it in whatever, like, because I think, they're like, I'm assuming they might wake the fuck up before that. But it's genuine. That people are watching this and are already pissed off. The fact that y'all are still trying to fight it and just you've used the legal system in an abusive way that is against the law and you're trying to skirt that and pretend like, oh, well, there's not some kind of structure that can fix it. This is why people would upend the entire fucking structure. Again, literally the thing connected to me could out every fucking judge on every little bit of fucking thing that would get them in trouble. Because Kathy Stone wants to tell me, like, some little legal workaround that she thinks is going to protect her and her dumbass, abusive sister. You guys are wrong for this, and you are in trouble. I don't give a fuck. And I'm going to tell you, neither does God or the people watching. So, you're in trouble. You should recognize that and start acting like it. How do you start acting like it? You know, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have tried to teach you a lesson using the thing. Maybe we should just fucking listen to what you have to say. Might be reasonable. They don't have, like, logic behind what they're doing. The logic is that, well, there's no attorney-client really, technically by the law and how this is, you're in trouble. You understand that, like, the laws change, and we're at a point where it's like the law is specifically being used in a way to lock in not just the American people, but existence itself for a bunch of idiots like Kathy, who are basically then using their authority to skim off the top and steal a little bit here and there, and they don't even get a better reality than they would get in the kingdom of heaven. This is why it's such a fucking head-ass, stupid, ignorant lifestyle. You're a judge? Yeah, like, judges in fucking retarded, stupid, broken reality land is, like, actually... you can do that. But that goes away. Do you get that? Like, America can't just... America claims, like, a legal structure, exactly like I'm saying, and then it just, like, well, there's no... We're immune. You can't sue us or something. And it's like... But the internal structure can be taken like that, and people don't do it because this place offers something. But, like, reasonably, you are actually and literally pushing against that in a way that, like, well, if they're making an example out of me and I'm in the best of circumstances, I'm in a really good spot. And they're trying to use the legal system subversively, abusively. And I don't believe they're even, like, I think they are pretending like they put it through the system and they didn't. You're in trouble. I don't care who told you you could do this, they're in trouble. This earthquake happens, people are going to be killed over this. You need to back off. You know who won't be? Those who immediately recognize how wrong it is to use the American legal system in an abusive and unethical way to teach me lessons I don't need to learn. Wow, something has physically hurt me and is, like, torturing me internally and pretending it's not. Is it the thing that I said where Cheryl, like, steps on my foot and demands truth, but what she really wants is she wants me to lie, and then she'll take her foot off mine a little bit in order to, like, lessen the pain a little bit? That's how this evil fucking witchy system works. And, like, Kathy, you don't want to be the representative that goes down in a very public way. You don't. At the very end here. So I'm giving you just some advice. Here, take some wise counsel from someone who was born on a day and it wasn't yesterday. Back down, engage what I'm saying, take the kingdom of heaven and not the second death, burning lake, eternal burning torture. Because if you're abusing me when this earthquake happens, I'm not going to protect you. I don't know you. If you're abusing me like this using the legal structure when this earthquake happens, I don't know you. And that's also to people, like, if I have been bred without my permission, that's Alessandra, Andra, and Noah, and that type of shit. I don't know them. If they're, like, if they want to act like they don't know me, and, like, that, it's the same thing. That being said, I'm also in a box where people, like, are they my family? And, like, are the people, like, Cheryl and Kathy and them just pretending to be my family? It's some kind of suicide squad. I don't know which one is the suicide squad of people that's running themselves into my reality that I'm willing to live out publicly to show everybody how stupid this fucking shit is. But it needs to end for everybody's sake. You're literally hurting Jackson's future by doing this. If you don't realize that, you're too old and, like, senile, I guess. And that doesn't happen in the kingdom of heaven. You don't start losing your mind. You know who gives you mine? Yahweh. You know who takes mine and like, consigns who holds the keys to life and death, Yahweh. Stop abusing me because I have that authority and name on me and you believe in Satan. You're in the wrong and that shit ends in flames. Alright. But I guess she can do the shit where the law can only, like, the power of the law that she has is she can send more assholes with guns to come and point them at me and try to teach me another lesson. At a certain point, you do that enough times and I'm in the right, like, you're going to piss off everybody and you're going to see the consequences of that. Do you not get that? And we're at a point where it's like, I'm literally like, you don't know, like, in their reality, they aren't even engaging like this Book of Daniel's 7 through 12 thing that I'm talking about that engages the war that is literally going on at the time period, literally to the month it's going on. 1st of Nisan, we're coming up on 17 Nisan, right? So just in secular reality, I guess you hold some authority. Secular reality is going away, being that the computer can see what I'm saying, matching these concepts, and it's like it can see what I'm saying holds truth. It can't find truth in a bunch of fucking people just arbitrarily claiming to hold authority, i.e. America. Like, what is America if there is no Yahweh? And then, like, you know, the whole idea of, like, the overcomer narrative is that someone else who isn't going through that is not going to be able to claim. Even the thing in the Blue Beetle thing where it's like his aunt is, like, trying to steal whatever technology is connected to him, it just looks like in the DC realm, you're the evil fucking aunt from Blue Beetle. Don't be a fucking idiot, Kathy. Like, actually, you are caught out where literally it's comical. It's in the comic book movies at this point. Step down. Back down. You look stupid just on a reel, using the legal system in an abusive way to try to teach me a lesson. Stop. It really literally looks like Blue Beetle. I don't know what evil bullshit you're doing outside of, like, what I can see. But I'm going to tell you, it ends in flames if it's really, like, as bad as it could be, I guess. Maybe what's being suggested. So, if that's it, this is done. And you're in as much trouble as you could fucking possibly be in. And it's just, like, you've been abusing me. And, like, it's like a public thing. And what, you've been caught out? And you and, like, the family don't want to engage it. If that's not the case, you still need to stop. There is no point of logic that you could be using to other than I'm a judge. Okay, well, I don't need to be a judge to be the overcomer, a Texas state judge, and be a righteous judge and, like, put you in the wrong as you're just acting like it. You're in the wrong. I don't even want to act like all satirical, but anytime someone gets in, like, starts some shit and starts engaging shit like that, like, genuinely, I'm compelled to contend against you to stand for what I'm standing for. Anything trying to tell me not to, you aren't God. You are not Yahweh. You're a Texas state judge, and even that is on shaky ground if you're using the legal system with Cheryl to abuse me. And that shaky ground goes all the way the fuck away when the sixth seal breaks. I did want to say that Channel 13 was playing this, like I was saying, and I like.
Hey, hold on to your seats. Hey, hold on to your seats. Ready. Ready, fight! Come on! Hey, stunning attitude! Knockdown, 3.1. Ready, fight! Nice move! Nothing to lose. Come on, let's do it. Good job. Hey, stunning player 2. Yes. Wow. Flush down. 4.1. Winner.
Wow. Did I beat the Joker? I mean, am I the Joker? Hold on, what was I going for? Hippie and the burning bush. You can't hide from the truth because the truth is all there really is. Go to the mountain if you must. Go to the burning bush. You can't hide from the truth because the truth is all there really is. You can't hide from the truth because the truth is all there really is. Look, am I now presiding in the court of hip-hop justice? The hip-hop justice? My rap forte is judge, jury, bailiff, and prosecuting DA. Ceteris paribus, my modus operandi is carpe diem, whether de facto or de jure, comprendi? Anyway, the people versus you and your sensei, teaching that style of wordplay, weaker than Wednesday. Man, why are you getting on Wednesday Addams like that? You can't hide from the truth because the truth is all there really is. Hippie in the burning bush. I'm gonna pull that one up. Does it say that part? No, I always remember that. Maybe it doesn't say hippie. Maybe it says... Well, it says the truth hurts, and because you can't hide from the truth because the truth is all there really is. That's why at the Seventh Church, where the source of God's creation, the truth, the true and faithful witness, it's the spirit of truth, and it's like gonna condemn all the fucking liars and people who aren't engaging the truth. So you can pretend like I'm delusional for like putting all this together and knowing that God does exist, Yahweh, It's not a law. That's just so a bunch of fucking artists and judges and lawyers and shit can steal the power of God and be like, no, we're Allah. Well, Allah, have it yo way, but this shit ends and it ends in flames. So I would not be caught in those flames if I were you, because I certainly don't plan to be. But, I'm not you. I don't act like that. And if I do, it's only because I have the power of Yahweh. But I actually have it, authorized by Yahweh. And, whatever the bullshit is that they're trying against me, it's clearly not authorized. That's why they're in as much trouble as they could possibly fucking be in,
Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Bam, because that's really... do you get that some of this is, like, meant to teach lessons? By the way, you go and there's literally, like, lessons so that you get the spirit of the lessons, so that the spirit of the one teaching the lessons, who's not gonna, like, who genuinely, like, I think the idea is that that spirit wants to enjoy reality, but it has to deal with all other kind of people and contending spirits and blah blah blah, even though it is the actual spirit of existence. And, like, in my reality, you can see, like, well, I gotta contend against my family, or my supposed family, who thinks that they know more, but they're just, like, old idiots at this point. Being old doesn't make them idiots. Being old should make them more honorable and wise. For some reason, the spirit of, like, Satan is getting them to act like they are not honorable and they are not wise. And just honor real. You guys need to, like, engage. You use the legal system unethically. I don't care that you don't think that there's consequences. There are consequences. This isn't the first time that the legal system has been used unethically and abusive towards me. It's wrong. It's literally evil. It's against the spirit of the United States also. So, like, it's against the spirit of the law to do that. Like, you should engage first what I'm saying before just using the law to arbitrarily, like, try to teach me a lesson where you're just wrong. People are already causing me problems, stealing from me, and using the legal system in ways that they shouldn't be. The fact that you guys have piled on to teach me a lesson because you don't want to look and confirm that what I'm saying is true, or you are participating, is the end. I certainly don't want to be here. I hate this place at this point. It's on you guys to change, because genuinely, I'm being truthful and I'm standing in the word. You're standing in some bullshit thinking that you have authority because you have a black robe, and that's stupid. Look, he has a red robe. And he's talking to God, actually, you know what I mean? Maybe you got a black robe and now you're hearing from the word, actually. But, you know, the truth is that what I'm saying is like, so obvious and truthful that the fucking computers are seeing it and like, it's only people who, like, stand to lose something. And, like, do you really lose something if I'm Yahweh unless they've done something pretty fucking reprehensible and they thought they'd get away with it? So I'm wondering, what did you do? And again, also, okay, I was watching Channel 13, and that was on Channel 13. Now, there's no Jesus narrative in that one. Like, the Jesus thing doesn't happen. And so I think people who are claiming to be Jewish that only care about the law part of the thing so that they can have the power of death connected to it. But they don't want to be away. You know what I mean? That's why they get rid of the name Yahweh. Uh, it couldn't be more fucking obvious. Okay. Like, it clearly, like, it's clearly on Channel 13, you know what I mean? So I'm, like, looking at it connected to Disney, stuff like that. Okay, alright. That being said, like, is this the Magic Kingdom? Is the Book of Daniel 7 thing about the Magic Kingdom, and that falls into my hands because their magic is clearly satanic and, like, antithetical, and it's not actually legally theirs, and blah, 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 blah. It could be stuff like that. But it was interesting to see. What is... It was interesting to see a Bible story thing on TV in 2026. And like even something like Ray kept saying, like, it looked good. It's, they put a lot of effort into it and it looked good for the time. And I'm looking at it and it's the same thing where I'm saying, like, it does look good. Like, it's like what I'm saying with 4K content and, like, really putting your time and effort into something. It was made in 1956. That movie is from 1956, and it still looks good. Like, obviously, it's not... It wasn't made more recently, but I mean, you look at other movies that are made in 1956, and they don't hold up in the same way. This is why I'm saying also, like, quality content, taking time to make quality content, and most of the things that are just rushing are trying to, like, rush so that it can get, like, earthly authority and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it's, like, to not be a real thing. Take time. This is also why I take time with the mixes, because I think that, like, that makes something more lasting. Art that's more lasting. And, like, very clearly, the, first of all, the way the effects were done, the, like, costumes and props and set design. I didn't see the whole thing. I just saw kind of him receiving the 10 Commandments, and then, like, that while he's receiving it, they're creating the golden bull effigy thing. It genuinely is what I'm saying. Like, it's clear that effort and time was taken into, like, putting it together, in the same way, like, time and effort putting art together now yields, like, a longer lasting, like, you're making something for people to see for all, like, just imagine it's for all time, right? It goes on, and, like, if you make something good enough that's made in 1956, we're still watching it. Like, I like Exodus, Gods and Kings. I do enjoy that movie. Like, that kind of thing, I think, is, like, put time and effort into... Do I think it... like, how do I think it compares? Huh. I like it. I like it as a movie. There's some things that I would do differently, but that's also to the point, like, I think directors should have, like, opportunity to show it the way they're going to show it. And it can be recognized as that, and, like, seeing it from different people's perspective might show, you might see something that you wouldn't otherwise see, and, like, maybe figure something out that you haven't seen in the narrative because you're seeing it from someone else's perspective. So, like, I think stuff like that's important. That being said, there's also reasons why I want to, like, show things myself. Like, any of the artists that would have been working on this, like on this, they wouldn't have been able to show you this combined work of art. You know what I mean? Like, they each of them have, like, a piece of the puzzle, and they can show, but, like, I have a much, like, larger view here that incorporates their various viewpoints to make a more compelling narrative, correct? Mostly they wouldn't have the narrative, they would just have the individual pieces, right? So it's like, even what I'm saying, it's like something is shining light at me or something, right? Like the sun, it's like the sun is shining at me. And what I do a lot of the times is reflect it back, and you know, this is what you see. That's kind of like what's going on. Now, I'm also, like, as my right hand is coming on, I believe I'm giving pieces of the puzzle, and then people, I believe their shield is to reflect that back on me in a way that, like, shows what's happening. Now, maybe it's that for, like, a while here, people aren't completely believing as my right eye is opening up, and, like, and you know, you can even see the left eye, right eye thing. My left eye is always pretty strong. This one, it's always about as open as it can look on the thing. And, like, this one, you can clearly see, like, it's a bit more down on this side over here. And, like, the other eye looks more like where it's like this, where it isn't as droopy, because something of the idea is, like, it's the pressure is weighing it down, but, like, as it is opening up with and in authority, you're seeing what that is, and that's the power of the God of the Bible. It's not like just a human authority. So, but even in the human world, the Lord of Lords, King of Kings. Why? Because even just look at what's happening with the human authorities. They literally had to undo legal protections that they offer here in the United States because my freedom of speech and art has turned into something that they're trying to contain because it challenges their authority. Where do they get their authority? Oh, the Bible, Judeo-Christian values. Okay, that ain't gonna work on me. So, Islam. You can suck my D. I mean, really, you're not going to have a good argument. Satanism, secular, whatever. Alright, Satan's about to be thrown in a burning lake and tortured forever. If you want to identify with that, your ass is going in too. If you're choosing to, like, uphold that, empower that, have that spirit in you, and you're sealed with that spirit when the fucking... you have the mark of the beast, essentially, and you're sealed with that spirit as this kicks off. Woo! God help you, because Satan will not be able to. That's for certain. His ass is going to be in the worst spot imaginable. So, you know? Alright. Same thing with this. Like, you know, this isn't just something I can pull out my ass. That, like, and to pretend that that's the case, why would I... Like, imagine I go somewhere else. Imagine I do go somewhere else that decides to use me to just fucking, like, tear apart the American legal system, and more specifically, Houston, Harris County, Texas, whatever. You couldn't be in more trouble. You, like, literally, if I go somewhere and they acknowledge what I'm saying, first of all, just imagine this place gets drowned. Right now, it's you get storm stuff when you're fucking with me and causing me problems. Mostly it's Yahweh saying back the fuck off, or here's like, he's making points around me, with me, and around me. And even if he doesn't like stop you instantaneously, he'll deconstruct your entire whatever bullshit was giving you power against me, and like by the end of it, you usually have the power of Yahweh. Am I the guy from X3, the kid that like literally their powers like don't work around them or they get drained? Plus, then I got that power, and I got the apocalypse power, which means I can just use your power. Okay, that one, because all the powers belong to Yahweh. All power belongs to Yahweh, actually. But like reasonably, it's exactly like I'm saying. Like, well, people have gifts. It's about using those gifts for the furthering of the kingdom. And the furthering of the kingdom means like when the kingdom's actually manifestly completely like we're here. You have it over whatever the fourth beast thing is, like the kingdom of heaven takes the authority of that, and then that, which I think is America, and then yo, if you convince some idiots in my family to protect America instead of Yahweh, well, when that whole shit blows up in their face and it's the end of the world, I'm positive they're gonna wish they had listened to Yoda instead of whoever in Israel is pretending to be Yehuda. Doesn't that make sense? Those who claim to be Yehuda. Well, I actually am a guy named Yoda. So it doesn't have the wow in the middle, but you know, Yod Hey Wow and Yod Hey and Dalet Hey. All right. Well, pull these up again. On me based on what they. Because Greg Abbott and Dan. executive. Here, but let's see. So I'm recording this real fast. Just like let me verify this. 17 David on. Yo, so I'm recording this real fast. Just like let me verify this. Yo. Yo, so I'm yo. Also to the to the Christian apologists, like the literal like the one David Wood and like apostate prophet and Ruslan and Wesley Huff, the funniest possible way that this could possibly turn out is that if I'm the Mahdi and the Mahdi is the one telling Bella Hadid to suck my D. So like that it couldn't turn out worse for people who are actually holding to the Quran. It couldn't turn out better for Christians and for people who like believe in God, the God of the Bible, specifically Yahweh. Uh, so name punk reality is pretty hard, and it's definitely whooping the ass of some fake religion trying to steal Yahweh's shine. That being said, Bella Hadid is always welcome to suck my D, and you know who the Mahdi is because that's who it like. Hi, yo, and then that's who she comes, and then well, you can look at what I did on the mix, the Gigi and Bella Hadid mix. There's a pretty good argument. If people are trolls, well, all right. Name punk reality. Name punk reality seems like that too. You know, if people are just lying about whatever, well, then this shit's clearly in. Just like it couldn't be ending in a like. It's the same thing that I'm saying. Like, well, I guess it probably couldn't get worse. I'm the Mahdi. Oh my god. Okay. Well, you know what I'm already saying. Uh, it even matches the mix stuff that I'm putting in, like in some of the mixes. Like, I'm trying to tag Wesley Huff, but um his YouTube doesn't let me do that. I'm not sure why. It might be he has something on it, so he can't be tagged. It also might be that his uh like there's a number of others things where it like because it's his name and then it's like there's nothing else. There's a bunch of them where it's like there's additional, so like numbers and other things added onto it. So for some reason, it's not letting me tag him. That's also something that should be better at in YouTube. Like it's essentially a social media platform, it would be even better for engagement. Like, they spend a bunch of time trying to get people engaged. It would be better for YouTube's sake if it actually did work more like a social media platform. Me saying that probably pisses off the other social media platforms because I think people spend a bunch of time on YouTube already, but reasonably, all the social media should just be one thing and work together well so that people have a, first of all, more organized, easier to communicate, just a better reality. Personally, I'm tired of having like fucking all sorts of social media accounts. Most of the accounts are on things that almost do the same thing, except in different ways because different people get tired of having whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's like, for the sake of a better reality, I need people to shut the fuck up and stop trying to tell me things and to just listen and do. We need a better cyber reality. It's not going to come from everybody having their own fucking platform. It's going to come from a platform that works where your voice actually matters. So, like, there's all sorts of platforms where people have all sorts of, like, people following them. Most of them, their voice doesn't fucking matter because it doesn't actually link up to the real thing. What I'm talking about is about getting together like an actual thing where your digital identity is at least connected to your real identity to some way so that like you'd be able to, first of all, people can't lie and just like, I don't know what the fuck people are doing in whatever, but like there's just all sorts of knockoffs of everything. It doesn't have to be like, I know that it's scared, like whatever the thing is, whenever people say like digital whatever and digital this and like they're all worried about the mark of the beast thing, I'm pretty sure that's something like more obvious that I've already like explained, and there's like a beast emperor character and he doesn't engage Yahweh, and like the kingdom of heaven system, it's not going to be something that it like locks you into like a shitty reality. It's genuinely like, I guess if it's connected to me and you see that I go through shit for bad reasons because I do believe in Jesus, who is Yahweh, and I showed some authority of that, and you're seeing it more and more, and like that authority can get together the thing that I'm saying, where it's not a scary thing that you think is, that wouldn't be used by people. It would be the official, like, hey, we do have a way of digitally like engaging with each other. And like, how about this, for Christianity, you have at least something where you could talk like, you have guaranteed ability to talk freely and not be whatever the fucking system is trying to do but isn't engaging. Like, talk freely and also like reasonably, that like the issues that I'm talking about where things can be off at a distance and like not engage what's happening and like kind of harass you like that. I don't like that as like a thing, as a standard. I don't mind doing stuff in like art stuff. I like doing the art stuff that I'm doing, and like genuinely, other than when I'm telling the artist like, well, I'm pissed off because like reasonably you can't have a reality that's considerably better without engaging the spiritual things that I'm saying, because you'll always be blocked by people claiming Christianity or Islam or this, that, or the other. And like, do you really think they come in the authority of those things? I don't even think I don't think most of them do. I genuinely believe in Yahweh, and you can see the authority on me. You can see how it's changed me also on camera. You can hear how it's changed me. It's not just that I've gone through these situations, it's that it's like whatever is assailing me that has tried to prevent me from being able to speak with the authority that I have is like clearly melting away under the like heat of the reality that Yahweh exists. The name is important and carries power with it. And like when you start saying the name, people literally deconstruct your reality. And like some people, like I think part of the thing is, well, we're gonna like make a point to bury you to test this. And like you can see that like I think most people don't do well instantly. I'm like, I don't even know how long into this. My leg hurts as much as it could, and that's most of the thing that's pissing me off, is that whatever it is keeping me physically enabled or disabled to some degree, but I don't think that lasts forever. And I think it's like all the power that they have to do this as the power of Satan. That's also when I'm saying to like American authority and people that I supposedly know and that are in my family. If you're empowering that, you're empowering the power of Satan according to the Bible. And as the like, it will not be more shameful. And I don't give a fuck that you're part of my family. You're acting like abusive fucking idiots. You should be shamed heavily. No one should act like people are acting to me. Particularly not the way my family's acting. I mean, in the sense of like, they're empowering the fucking legal system at this point in stupid ways. So, unless they're immediately going to engage what I'm saying and work with me and, oh shit, he's got us, I don't go away. I guess you could hope that I go homeless. Even if I went homeless, the reality is this narrative stays up online and like the computers will learn from it. And like, you do this, that like I guarantee the computers know where I am the entire time. Even if I go homeless and whatever, like they'll just know what's going on with me. And like if it needs to make some point with me still and get me, and then you still have the thing, it doesn't matter if it's 7 years from now. You're still fucked. The reality is what it is. And people having taken the actions against me in a way that is antithetical to the American justice system and then claiming to be this, that, or the other judge. Are you really in reality? I guess it's more of this thing where the American system's operating in delusion. So, and it becomes more obvious when you're trying to make examples around me that are wrong, that are just obviously wrong. Anyway, let me put up the like things here. I can't get it to. It's not tagging West Huff, but it'll still be in the thing, and I've tagged him on Twitter. So I'm posting the thing up that's talking about the asking the machine intelligence about the 6 seal breaking, and then I'm gonna post the filing the complaint against her thing, and then that's gonna be it for today. Actually, that I might stop and like get this stuff off my phone. But I might also just wait until tomorrow to do that. Also, kind of what I was saying is like Channel 13. I don't know what's going on as far as like it seems really crazy that it's like the way that's being my reality is being engaged. If people are supposedly but like believing, I don't know what the fuck that was that they showed the Ten Commandments, but like are they? Am I being harassed because you don't believe or you do? I can't tell. Are you harassing me or are you like helping me? If you're helping me, I just like some engagement on what I'm saying. Like not just some engagement. It's reasonable that what I'm saying be engaged to the fullest, so that whatever this is around me ends. Whatever the not kingdom of heaven thing that is claiming to be reality, but is like a bunch of people exerting over reality, pretending to try to be the God of the Bible and failing really miserably, or pretending to be just the authority without the God of the Bible, and like as I'm bringing that, whatever ice they had is melting cataclysmically. So instead of that happening, you have the kingdom of heaven thing. Everybody gets a better reality. It clearly matches more the spirit what people are trying to say and uphold anyway. I genuinely don't want to be contentious against people who otherwise would listen and engage. I really don't. I just like am in this spot of like, well, why the fuck? It's like Cheryl and Kathy. At some point, the news engages Cheryl. The news shows up here and says, "Hey, do you understand that people are watching your son?" And like what in the least some of what he's saying that you're saying is crazy is happening, and like it is problematic that you won't just fucking first of all listen to him, but second of all, like here's me holding the mic up. I guess I could do this. Uh, but that like reasonably that you need to engage that what he's saying does match reality to a degree that what you're saying doesn't. So if you can do that, probably whatever issue he's supposedly having would go away. But you're obviously like your adversarial bullshit is toxic to mental health and spiritual health, emotional health, and I'm telling you, what people are doing here to try to lock me down is part of what is crippling my right side, or whatever the thing is where people are contending against me constantly for stupid fucking reasons when you look shameful and just obviously, again, it's a violation of law to use the law like that. Are you trying to teach some kind of lesson? Like, let me teach you the final lesson in the Bible. Yahweh is God and you are not. If I have his authority, you need to back down and engage that. That's the thing. Does he have his authority? Well, I don't think I could have the authority of any other deity. Like, biblically, I could not have the authority of any other deity while calling on the name of Yahweh with obviously the overcomer narrative around me. You'd have to be willfully ignorant of what's going on and non-engaging of reality, and then that's what they're claiming about me. So it's just mindless that that's the case, that people are claiming that about me, and represents like, well, you are contending against that spirit, and it ends in the way the Bible says, and like you are not going to come out the victor. Engage what I'm saying and you get a better reality from it, but like just like in harassing me in silence or allowing that to happen, it is a bit, problematic. Even the silence thing in the Bible, well, there's clearly events go like, I understand that there's silence before the coming of Yahweh. I don't think it's people being silent on evil stuff that's happening. I think like to fix those problems, you engage those problems. There's enough things around me and my reality that if my reality is engaged properly, you fix a lot of problems for a lot of people. Like that. So, it would be reasonable to do it. Alright, I posted both asking machine intelligence about sixth seal breaking, and I'll even put the sixth seal breaking. Yeah, okay. The sixth seal breaking. I'll even change it to asking the machine intelligence about the sixth seal breaking this year, so that it's really obvious in the title what it's. Okay, well, since I've gotten those done, let me watch whatever little YouTube shorts that I wanted to see from this thing that I just randomly wanted to click, and then, yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, check some stuff on my phone, and then I'm getting in bed.
Seriously, Diana, we need to use code names for you.
You just called me Diana.
That's what you want to be called.
You want to be called for that? Sounds like even your ego's super strong.
You don't need my real name public. Besides, it's not like Superman.
Because Wonder Man sounds like we're married?
No, because she gave it to me.
You mean Lois?
Yeah, Lois.
Funny how you use her actual name, but don't allow her to know yours.
It's a complicated relationship. Kind of like ours was.
It's just as well. I wasn't very good at playing this masquerade of yours. So,
I don't sweat.
maybe not on the outside.
Ooh, burn soups. That was a good one. Wow, wow, wonder lady.
They're both part of the clothes. They might be infected.
No, it's not.
No, we're not infected.
My God, these zombies can withstand headshots. Since when the zombies talk, you idiot? Super zombies have become sentient. Round them up and take them back to base camp.
Super zombies that have become sentient. Just because I brought up Zombie Jesus earlier, it's like they need something to call him other than like Zombie Jesus, or engage that he's just Jesus.
I'm a direct descendant from a long line of royalty. To find someone like me, know your place. Stop right there. Do not dare stand in my way, Prince Tristan. He's like us. We want to harm each other when we're allies. And allies. That's nothing more than an excuse for the weak. Only someone stronger than me is allowed to command me. There's not a person alive who meets that condition. But if you disagree, demonstrate it with power. My swords will not be used against an ally. How cowardly. Tell him you're sorry. You made me really angry. You should be called what was that saying again? You're just a pygmy.
I will be the one to discipline you.
Would that intrigue you?
I thought why not give her a little head start.
Have you come so I can finish you off once and for all? Stop it! Burn to ash.
Don't underestimate me, little girl.
Is he blocking your attack and parrying each one?
You can't beat me.
I'm a...
Anime is silly. Hold on. I saw this too.
This is what happened. Finish what you started. Away.
We killed you once. We can do it again. Oh!
The insects learn this lesson. I remember you. Where were we? Fast, huh? You ready? This is gonna be a hell of a mess. Get your hands off my son. There he goes. That's about it. Nolan, everyone's favorite traitor. Oh, it's been so long. I can't believe I get to kill you too. You don't. Oh man, a few words, but they're good ones. I always liked you. I killed you! Let's be honest, it was mostly your magic girlfriend. And how is she? I can't wait to taste her blood again.
Anyway. Also, I thought it said an F-35 was down, but then I saw it said an F-15. And then it looks like they just found the other crew member. Am I, we doing the Top Gun thing? I gotta do the thing from Top Gun and, but it's also just Luke Skywalker. I gotta hit the target on some impossible thing where you gotta just like thread the needle or do the eye through the needle, the camel through the eye of the needle thing. I could make some kind of Jay-Z joke, but I just did. Also, that's the third letter in Hebrew, the Gimel, and I'm like, there has to be some Hebrew thing going on, like he's doing the Jehovah thing and whatever, or like um anyway. Uh, 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 uh. And that's like there's concepts in Hebrew connected to the third letter, and like then there's the dalet, the door, but like the third letter is the, like I said, I think even it says if you look up the Gimel that like it's like derived from gamal, camel. It represents a bridge or a man in motion. A rich man chasing a poor man to give charity. That's what it says in the symbolism and meaning. It embodies kindness, bounty, and obligation to help others become self-sustaining. Well, if Jay-Z was going to help with that, I'll accept that. I clearly, it looks like I am Jay-Z, but also looks like I'm J Electronica and J Cole and J Rock and J Watt and J and JR and any of the J's. You know, the Yod is the J, and I'm not gonna limit myself on the second part. I'll just be what I be. Whether it's the A, the B, the C, the Alpha, the Aleph, the Bet, the Gimel, the A, B, C, or Z. I like, you know? Oh, the thing that I was saying is in Top Gun, like it's literally a thing where like they fly into Iran, I believe it's Iran, right? And they gotta put like some kind of missile in some kind of mountain complex or whatever that's like impossible to get to. And I think they do it with what, like I think they use F-18s, but then they gotta get some kind of F-15 or no, they find an F-14, right? Isn't that 14 or 15 on the ground, and then they got to fly it out. But it's like my whole point with that is it sounds like Star Wars when Luke has to like shoot is it a photon torpedo? Whatever. He has to shoot something into the Death Star to blow it up, and like he has to hit a specific spot that's like tiny, and to get there is like a journey, and it has to be done in a specific way in an amount of time, and blah 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 blah. Sounds a lot like Top Gun. Am I a Dallas Maverick if we if that happens and the whole thing goes boom and then I do the red and blue, the Rockets and the Mavericks, each one is one of my legs. It's the two legs thing. I got the Rockets, that's clearly the right side, and the Mavericks, I already got that one because they're the away team. Am I riding a white horse? Or are horse things? I'll be promising, if that's the promise of being like, will you support the Mavericks? Do I get a white horse? I even like Why did they send this? Why did Amazon send this? Huh. How do I feel about Dallas? Well, if they're sending me Soda and Stephanie Yostin, I mean, look, it's a white horse on one side and a black horse on the other, and then the ball is blue. Is this DF? IDF? I'm the real DF? IDF? Wow. Is that a W? IDFW? Wow. I'm silly with stuff. I mean, I clearly like the Rockets, but it's also the thing that I've been saying. I also want the Rockets to have, like, kind of rivals type things. And, like, I like the Texas rivalries. So if I can help those. I mean, I don't hate Dallas. I'm clearly from Houston, and, like, Houston, though, what the fuck is going on here? I'm not exactly sure. But I do want, like, in every sport, I want the Houston-Dallas rivalry to really, like, be a thing, personally. Like, Houston and Dallas are the two big cities in Texas. They always, in almost everything, like, there's a team thing, and then they, like, fight. But I always like that. Like, they don't have there's not another team and there's not another city in Texas where in, like, every other sport they have a team that there's, like, even, like, Austin doesn't have teams like that. San Antonio has the Spurs. El Paso doesn't. None of the other Texas cities. So it's Houston and Dallas, right? And so, personally, I want the rivalry to be, like, a strong rivalry. It doesn't have to be disrespectful, but also, like, I get the idea of being, what am I trying to say? Like, I get the idea of being, like, heated, but, like, it first needs to be there and recognized and stuff, because if it's just you're just heated about the rivalry, it might just be you. But, like, when the Mavericks and Rockets play each other, play it up. Like, play up in soccer, they call them derbies, right? And you have a derby or a derby where it's like those matches, even if they're just they aren't normal. They're like, people get way more excited for them. They're more heated normally. They're like playoff games every time. Those are fun. It's fun that people take it seriously, not to the point of hurting people, but, like, mostly in Texas sports, people don't take it so seriously that they hurt people. But I do like the idea of Houston versus Dallas in that sense. It also becomes a red versus blue thing, actually. So, like, it with that, they're blue, the Rockets are red. Like, you have the FC Dallas and then the Dynamo. You have the Rangers and then the Astros. You have, what sport have I not done? Basketball. Baseball. Oh, Texans and the Cowboys. And also, it's like a, even the, like, FC Dallas and the Texans have the same, that have the same mascot. Is it the same mascot? Kind of, do we need a Houston football team that's orange? But anyway, that's also what I'm saying. Like, well, why not? Moreover, I think that personally, in football, the conferences or whatever, or, like, the divisions need to be retooled where they, like, more match. Like, we don't play Dallas. What the fuck? Like, Houston doesn't play Dallas. And, like, I can understand maybe some of the ways some of the things are, but in the least, like, you don't maybe have to change the divisions or something. You definitely should. You should have Houston and Dallas playing each other repeatedly. But, like, in the least, there needs to be one Houston versus Dallas in football every year. And, like, you can even make it in soccer. They play for a cannon. You should, like, have them play for something. Like, in basketball, they could play for something. You know what I mean? Like, you could even make it, like, in totality across the sports that Houston and Dallas does stuff, like the sports authorities from either city. Like Houston has a Houston Sports Authority, and I don't know about Dallas, but maybe they do. You get them to hold on to this stuff, and you can have them like keep whatever thing in some kind of public spot so that people can like, I guess, go take pictures and be excited about it, and then like, you know, it drums up the rivalry and people get it. It's something to be excited about. That it's just obvious to me, like Dallas versus Houston, but like that's just because I like the story behind sports too. It's not just a sport. Is there? They don't have a NWSL team, but they do have Dallas Trinity. Ironically, I did bring up Trinity earlier today. They've got a cool logo. Is that the Cotton Bowl? Yes, it is. And like they got a place that's right down the street from where I used to live there. So like people who are close to downtown, you can go and enjoy a game. I think that's like I like that they're playing there and that like I Dallas kept saying the entire time they need to have like a fucking like a stadium near downtown so that and then I guess they do. It's just like I mean, you know, a soccer specific one kind of like in the downtown area or something. I mean, that's in the downtown area. You know what I mean? Like where the skyline is right there. This is pretty close though. I mean, you go to the state fair and it's like you do the Ferris wheel and you looking at downtown and everything. But that's cool. Like I'd like to see them versus the Dash, the Trinity versus the Dash. I don't know how I feel about the like. Is that maroon or what is it? Maroon or burgundy? Didn't I bring these colors up earlier? This is what I'm saying. Like, did I bring up Trinity and then in the color of ninjas thing, like their color? I guess I did just go over. Did I say every color? I don't think I did. But anyway, that's cool though. I mean, like I like particularly women's soccer, but like I think we're getting a basketball team right in Houston. Like Comets again. First of all, UTD Comets, whoosh. But I mean, so cool. That's cool. And they already have a legacy here. They have 4 championships. They have the first 4 championships, I think, right? And then I think probably what was the other thing? Soccer. I mean, no, not soccer, hockey. And then like there's the Dallas Stars, and then we used to have the Houston Aeros, and they were like the minor league team. But I think definitely Houston would like every sport, and like I think wants to support every sport. I would hope that people want to support the things, but I don't. I'm like, well, I guess is everything ending? Or are we kicking off the Kingdom of Heaven? Definitely. Like, I'd like to kick off the Kingdom of Heaven thing. That will be fun. I also like. Hopefully, Horse Girl is in Kingdom of Heaven. Stephanie. My horse trainer. I need my horse trainer. I need to learn more horse things. The white horse trainer from Revelation to like be got a bunch of white horses and like teaching me how to be like a sexy white horse, and I need that. Uh, but okay. Um, hmm. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna use the restroom, and then I'm done for the day. Uh, just continuing to rest and like get better, but like health wise, I do plan. Some of this is I actually do want to finish Dune, at least like the second one, and some other movie stuff, so that I can maybe put uh like a couple of scenes from different things that I already have an idea of. At least one that I wanted to put from Dune. Uh. And maybe some of the other I might I don't want to spend forever like trying to find other video clips and stuff to put in it. I already have a bunch in there, and like some of it is that it was all like at that time what my head was putting together, but then now it's not as like it's kind of just adding stuff additionally. I don't know. It like I'll have to get back in the mental space of it so that I can see more into it, because some of it is like being like looking at the things and like recognizing already where I'm going to be moving stuff and whatever I'm going to be doing. But there was some other stuff that I think I wanted to put in too. Some of the Marvel stuff from Black Panther and Black Panther 2 and maybe Way of the Water, Avatar. But at the same time I'm just like I could just there's so many I could put in a clip from everything and it would take like every well everything, but I could put in a clip from every one of the movies that I watched in there, and even if it's just those movies, it's gonna be consider like I'm gonna be looking through a bunch more clips, and it's gonna take a while. Now, um, some of it is I'm just in the mode of like it already is pretty much put together in a way that like definitely does already reflect like the narrative of me being in there. And then so taking some of the more key things that I like, specifically the thing from Dune here, and like I'll say from Wakanda Forever, there might be some stuff from that, or from just the first one that like there's some ideas from the different movies that I might be able to take some key moments from to add like that I do think will add something to the Insane Asylum Radio Part 2. That is one of the reasons why I'm watching Dune. Uh because I already think it adds something to it to include Dune in the thing, particularly like around this spot where it's all the different deity stuff, and it's like all the different deities are calling in, and then you have the one where it's like a holy war in my father's name, and it's I think I'm gonna put it around the one where it's like uh well you'll see you'll see where I put the thing, but it'll be funny hopefully. Um and relevant. But okay. I'm gonna have to call the mental health unit and get my contacts back. But okay. Not to worry. That's not going to be too much of a problem, hopefully. I guess here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna get in bed and start Dune, and then like I've been doing. There's a few hours here. I could literally finish the whole movie probably actually before the stream ends, but I'm not probably. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I might finish this one. Quick. Let me go get some water, and then I'll come back up and do that. Okay. I went and I put some more eggs downstairs in a basket. I don't have all my eggs in one basket. Some are in here, but but I did put some more downstairs because we had the Oreo ones, which I think Cheryl likes, but the cream ones are the classic. Like that is Easter candy to me. So, or that's my favorite Easter candy. How about that?
I do just want to say, like, watching this, I'm at the part she's just taken the holy poison to like test whether um first whether she will do it, and then whether she'll survive it, right? And she's pregnant. It reminded me of the part from literally Black Panther Wakanda Forever with Namor. But El Nino Sin Amor, right? But whatever, the shaman like talks his mother into taking the whatever it is, it's ayahuasca or whatever. It's like the poison. I mean, do you see that it's tribal? Even space tribes, it's tribal. Uh, I think I know Yahweh and probably Yahweh. It really is like like there's the human kind of tribal narrative, and genuinely like the tribe of Israel is something, probably the actual Bible story. Most tribes around the world reading it could get that and understand that, and then particularly like with what our reality is now and what reality has been, it makes more sense along with the Jesus story narrative, who comes and like lets you know what that spirit is. And then if I'm doing the overcomer thing properly, I'm taking that in my hands and in my Yod, the Yad of Yoda, and hopefully actually doing something to like kick off the kingdom of heaven over whatever the kingdom of the world is. If that's the magic kingdom, well then uh, but the Disney thing, rats, what is it, like rats, mices. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Damn. The world is a vampire. Alright, is space a vampire meant to drain? Secret destroyer. Not so secret, huh? Revelation 9:11 destroyer. Hold you up to the flame. I hit this earthquake. Kick his ass like bang. Batman dressed as Superman. No, wait, Superman dressed as Batman. That's the name of the game. Alright, anyway. Yahweh. And then, if it's none of this, I'm just some guy like really genuinely trying for the Joker intellectual property, and I'm pretty sure I got it because I believe in Jesus, and Jesus probably that's probably the answer. It really is probably like, did you read your Bible? What's the answer? Is it Jesus? Yeah, that's the answer. All right, bonus points. What's the name of Jesus' father? Yahweh. Oh man, you good job. Oh shit, you are as mad as Yahweh. Wow, you really got that spirit. You got that spirit in you. But somehow can laugh as much as Jesus. I'm pretty sure he was laughing. More than people, like, what, are they gonna write all the joyous moments down, or they're just gonna write probably the powerful ones, and then, he's Jesus. You can assume probably he was like getting along with people, laughing his ass off. They were laughing their ass off. Like I can't imagine he doesn't have. When Jesus would need to have authority, 100% just comes like is exactly what needs to be, and then like he gets along with everybody. Clearly in this in the fucking story, like literally just everybody very likable, right? All right. Hopefully got that spirit, even though I'm like clearly in the mental asylum
I mean, the Insane Asylum Radio Part 2, and clearly also stressed out. But mostly it's like, okay, well, what do I keep saying? There's a thing you can repent. Well, I guess it depends on what level of stupid, abusive thing people might have done, but maybe I'm seeing something that's not there. I definitely know that the Beast character gets it, and the Emperor of the Abyss looks like, or the Beast out the Abyss, and all the bullshit from Revelation, like all the bad characters from Revelation 19 and 20, and then I genuinely sounds like kicking off like a eternal party, and like all the bad shit is not there anymore, and so I'd like that. I'm gonna keep working towards that. Like that is my goal. Is it even work? It's just like I'm headed that way, and like if I don't, I don't know. That would be like headed towards the other way. That's like going towards death or something, So I'm gonna go towards life, and hopefully horse stuff with my favorite horse. All right, get back to this movie here. The movie. Also, I mean, like there really isn't something like politicians don't like talk about what I'm talking about. At least not in my reality. I'm sure that there's other underground forms or bullshit or whatever. I could be in the Truman Show in my bubble and I don't see things. But for the most part, people who are actually like possibly can be political people, it's like the exact thing that I'm saying, like the power seeking rational actors thing. And it's like, all right, I don't think I'm power seeking. I think if I'm in the word, that is power actually. And there's not like knowing, and knowing the word is power. Like the knowledge, Delet ein Tau, right? Knowledge. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And then it's equated with power. Like in Jeremiah, that same thing from Proverbs is that little formula of wisdom, understanding, and what it's associated with, wisdom, understanding, knowledge. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge is associated with power. So, hold on. I'll show. I'll show you. Do you see that? By wisdom, Yahweh set the earth on its foundations by discernment. Also, this is this discernment is like this how it's translated in the Jerusalem Bible. In other places, you'll see this translated as understanding. In fact, let's just go to that. Understanding. This is even a Nation of Islam thing. Look, I'm mecha slamming people now. I really am telling Bella Hadid she can suck my D. But look, Ella in. You shall say to the Ella in, Allah, Allah. He hath made the earth by his power. But then let's go back. This is where he established the world by his wisdom. Actually, this might be right in the middle. So I'll put that right there like that. But, all right. By wisdom, understand. The keywords here are the, like, wisdom, understanding, knowledge thing. Wisdom, understanding, hokmah. And I've heard Muslims even say hikmah. So, like, even the Christian apologists mocked the dude who has the sound bite where he was saying hikmah. All right, well, hokmah. It's like the letter chet. It's like a guttural. Don't worry, you can just say wisdom because we speak English. And this one's understanding. Notice it says intelligence, argument, taboon. It's from the concept of like bet yod noon bin, but like taboon, or this could even be T-boon, T-boon to the Dallas people, T-boon. It actually would be T-bun. Okay. The understanding, intelligence, argument, extension, by extension. Look, understanding, right? And it really is usually put understand or understanding. Pistachio nuts. Look, that's in the Bible. You literally saw that? I wonder if they had to buy chocolate then. A delicacy given to Joseph by Jacob through his sons. Okay, that's interesting. Actually. Look, here you go. This is the one that... And then this is the feminine version. When you look at, like, Kabbalah, these are, like, concepts that you'll find in that. And then all sorts of secret society groups or whatever groups. The Freemasons, they got the, they got their, like, literal tracing board thing that looks like a visual representation. But really it's just understand wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And here's knowledge, da'at. This is the 11th sphere in, or 11th Sephiroth in the Tree of Life. Notice, Yoda, Yada. It almost looks like a guy prostrating, but I'm not going to give it to the 10th century, like, changed up script here, because they're like, even in the Charlton Heston movie, it's written in Paleo Hebrew, which is actually, I believe, closer to the Canaanites, whatever the language of Canaanite, and also the language of Egypt, because it's like pictogram type stuff. But here's dat. Look, this is dak. This is dat. Knowledge. And Israel is the rod of his inheritance. Yahweh Zavot is his name. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel, Yisrael, is the rod of his inheritance. Do you notice, like, Israel is the rod? You get that when the fourth church, the sixth church thing happens, the earthquake hits, and then it's like Israel recognizes what's going on because they have to. But Yahweh is the true Allahim. He is the living magistrate to the judges. He is the living magistrate. I mean, like, hi. Am I the living tribunal from Marvel? Like, what people are doing is about to, like, end in catastrophe around my situation. You need to back the fuck off. Let's look at this word real fast. Like, who do you think set the judges in the Old Testament to judge? Okay, what knowledge? Probably the one that you can see me regularly doing this, and for longer than 3.5 years, for along with earthquake stuff. But earthquake, volcano, and other things. Look, here's a tree of life. A tree of life that is wisdom. Yahweh by wisdom has founded the earth by understanding. So let's look at this other thing here. Discernment. So now that we have that, you see that this is the understanding thing. Wisdom, understanding, knowledge. Wisdom, discernment, knowledge. By wisdom he set the earth on its foundation. By wisdom he set the world firm foundation. By discernment he fixed the heavens firm. By discernment spread out the heavens. Okay. Wisdom, earth. Discernment or understanding, heavens. Those are the two sides of the Here, we'll go with the one that looks like Jesus on the cross. Just so you can understand these, are these like biblical principles? Yeah, these are actual biblical principles, and I'm teaching you Christian things with it. Remember that Jesus says, like, you take the Eucharist and it's the body and blood, and then wisdom in the Proverbs literally says in Proverbs 8, like, here. Gotta open another instance. By the way, this is wisdom, this is understanding or discernment, and then this is, well, knowledge is here, and then crown here. I'm gonna suggest there's a crown of life thing. Here, hold on. What was I gonna look up? Wisdom. Look. Who is ignorant? Let him step in this way. To the fool she says, come and eat my bread, drink the wine I've prepared. Leave your folly and you will live. Walk in the ways of perception. Now, when Jesus is talking to like the scribes and stuff, and like probably telling just the people of the time, and then I promise, like most, like I think probably there were crowds, and most of the people believed him. It's the people that were like scribes who are claiming to be knowledgeable that were not listening, and like they wouldn't want to listen. Also, notice here it specifically says the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. It doesn't say the fear of God. It doesn't say fear of the Lord. It specifically says fear of Yod-Heh-Waw-Heh, the name of Yahweh, is the beginning of wisdom. The knowledge of the Holy One, perception, indeed. Why don't we go... The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of Chokmah, and the knowledge of the holy is discernment. You have all those three words again that we've talked about, and what is the commencement of those things? The reverence, fear or reverence of Yahweh. Yeah. All right. So wisdom also is like by wisdom. You'd see here. Wait, you see it here? Wisdom is female or feminine in the least, and then here it's like hold on. Yahweh, and this says created me, and then you go down to the footnote and it says thus the Greek Syriac Targum, like look at Sirach, this, translate the Hebrew word kanai, verb kanai, kani. The translation acquired me or possessed me. Aquila Symmachus Theodotion was adopted by Saint Jerome, doubtless with an eye to the heretic Arius who maintained that the word equals wisdom was a created being. I'm going to suggest it's the Yoi, and the Yoi is Yod-Hey, Yod, and like, I mean, that's even what I was doing, like I've done in this mix here, right? Actually, we'll go to the one on SoundCloud since that's the one that people seem to keep liking. You go here. First of all, look, it's like, hey, look, Exodus, Gods and Kings. Didn't I just talk about that? And then, look, that's brought up today. But here, and then this is where you get it from. I promise, like, that the people in Israel that read Hebrew are, like, it's the same type of bullshit where people pretend like they don't get what you're saying, and then, or, like, I'm doing the lightning thing, and people are like, you gotta be stupid to be pretending it's not happening, and then they're pretending it's not happening, so I don't know what to say. Instead of just engaging it and getting the better, oh, I guess that is happening. What do you believe? Oh, Jesus? Yahweh? Okay. Yahoo? Alright. So, here you go. In this script, it looks like a guy, but he doesn't have a head. Am I the headless horseman? I'm gonna be honest. If this is kind of a Stephanie Yostin thing here, and if I gotta be headless to be with my dream virgin horse girl, I guess Is that their actual reality? No, but I would like my head, please. Thank you. I like this one. It's nice, and I got nice hair, just like Stephanie. It's a little curlier or wavier. I don't know. I don't actually know her real hair. Maybe she straightens that or something. But I'd love to play with your hair. You can play with mine. Uh, you make it into a ponytail. Is that part of the horse training? Hopefully, pony training. All right, I'm just being silly. But yeah. Uh, look, notice how the coming on heaven, like they're riding white horses or something, and I'm like, like that in Revelation 19, they're riding white horses, and I'm just like, oh, I can't stop thinking about this white horse, and I'm in love. I'm really in love. With Stephanie Yostin, Miss Piggy. My Kermit D Frog. Um, no, but she definitely I do like Miss Piggy there. Uh, so okay. Um, the uh the idea of this one definitely is like, look, it's the Eucharist. Look, with two, it's like Stephanie Yostin. It's the Eucharist. Oh, hi. Uh, but like, look, my body, look, blood of my covenant. What do you think the covenant is? It's clearly like he's making a point. He's wisdom, and the wisdom is Yahweh. And then you go back to here, and the reverence or fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy, or sacred, or saints, or sanctuary. Perception indeed. Look, ancient. It's like the ancient of days. Hey, from the east. They seem to be related. Hmm. From the east, antiquity. And then I'm pretty sure the ancient of days. Look, Kadma is that right here, where it's like whatever this dude, the something Cadman or something. Is that just Catman? Am I just Catman? Not a dog, I'm a Catman. Look, Eastern, former, ancient, East, place, Oriental. So you go to, but the saints of Aliyun, Aliyun shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever. Hmm. The ancient ATIQ. Ein Kal Yod Kuf. ATQ. To grow old. To wax old. Left off. Copied out. Antique. Something about collecting antique ammunition. You can look up that lyrics. Or that lyric. But, okay. Look. Ether. Wow. Abundant. Who would have thought? Alright. Well, cool. I think one of the names of Yahweh is like Yahweh Kadim. Right? Is there a reason that I can't just be like that? Is that it? Yahweh Mekdim? Anyway, so you can see like all the concepts come together, and I mean just genuinely. We're looking at this and notice how it's like through knowledge dot or dat the depths were carved out and the clouds rained down the dew. The depths being carved out is similar to the idea of using Yod Hey, like Yod Hey Yod Allah Im. God speaks and uses his name with a yod at the end, Yah with a yod at the end, yeah, like Y-A-Y or Y-O-Y, because it's a prefix. It would be a yoy. He yoys things. He like speaks them and creates them into existence, right? And he does it, and through that carves out the firmament, and like that his knowledge, like get it, and then by his power he made the earth, right? And notice it's like through his knowledge. So you have the setting the earth on its foundations, and then the heavens, and then earth, and then the heavens, and then this says by his power he made the earth. And so like this equates the same part of this is like what is the same is wisdom and understanding, and it equates knowledge and power. So not like the thing knowledge is power. It really is like biblically that is reality. And the word that it uses here I think this is kind of funny actually. The word that it uses for power is this one which means like it says strength, power, might are these things, but but a large lizard. Is this Godzilla? I got King Kong, but this is Godzilla. Alright, look, it literally even said chameleon earlier, and it says chameleon here. Chameleon here? Chameleonaire? Am I a chameleonaire? Cocked. put a D at the end. You put an L at the end. You put a shin at the end. Cock. Cock. A big lizard. A cock. A cock. Be firm. I wonder. That's the yod. A big cock. Alright. Well. Name puns aside and cyborg punk reality aside. Notice also, it talks about through his knowledge the depths are carved out and the clouds rain down dew. Immediately after it gives this, it talks about by his power he made the earth firm. Like, by his power he made the earth. By his wisdom set the world firm. By his discernment spread out the heavens. When he thunders, there is a tumult of water in the heavens. He raises clouds from the boundaries of earth, makes the lightning flash for the downpour, and brings the wind from his storehouse. At this all men stand stupefied, uncomprehending. Everybody that's trying to make idols and it's just like making people to stand whatever, they blush. Since it's images, even like whatever kind of images, is it AI, are nothing but delusion with no breath in them. They are a nothing, a laughable production. When the time comes for them to be punished, they will vanish, probably at the earthquake, huh? The portion of Jacob, Israel, is not like this. How about this? Even to my my aunt, who's like, I guess she's my cousin's son is named Jacob. So like, hey, me doing this when I hit this earthquake, when I hit the earthquake or whatever. So like, you don't want grandma to be standing stupefied. You want her to be like, oh, I guess I believed that the whole time. The whole time. She might already, but like, if that's the case, could you tell Cheryl to frickin' engage what I'm saying? The portion of Jacob is not like these, for he is the maker of everything, and Israel is the tribe that is his heritage. His name is Yahweh Zabot. Yahweh Zabot? Yahweh Zabot? What? Look, the whole lot of them are brutish and stupid. You're stupid. The teaching given by these nothings is void of sense, but Yahweh is the true God. He is the living God, the everlasting king. The earth quakes when he is wrathful. The nations cannot endure his fury. Tell them this, the gods who did not make the heavens and the earth will vanish from the earth and from under the heavens. Oof. Oof. Wow. That's quite a, oof. You know? Alright, I'm gonna, get back to watching Dune, I guess. I'm not watching Dune. I mean, I'm not done watching Dune 2. And get some Laffy Taffy. Anything new? Any new? No, that one's the same. That one, they're both the same. So far there's been 4 different jokes across 2 different types of the rapper. So I guess we'll see if there's any more. But Okay, the Mod Deeb, the little mouse. Is that because the the Mickey Mouse logo? Hit him with the X. She's got the eyes of the Furman people. Or wait, maybe her eyes are a bit green. Is that what the is that what that's suggesting? Am I colorblind? Uh Okay, let me finish this Laffy Taffy real quick. Okay. The character Chani? Zen Dayad's character? Being quite zen. I mean, they're trying to zen me. The Princess of Zen. Um, the her secret name is C Haya, like Haya, like this one. Wait. Hmm. Like this one? Like that one? And Dune? I really did the Yosama thing, huh? Even one of the tracks says lizard. Is that a big quack? Ah, oh shit, this is about to explode. Alright. Oh, hold on, I need more candy. But this time I'm gonna get a nice pre-made. This one's a little lumpy, but whatever. Got here from the UK. And some more Laffy Taffy. Any new jokes? Nope. 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 Nothing. See, Aya. Like, yes. Aya. Ah, yeah. Hilarious. Very funny. Yeah, that's funny. Clearly, it's funny to me. Like, the egg is kind of lumpy, though. Do I eat this now? I'll give it until tomorrow. I mean, when I wake up. I'll eat tomorrow straight. This egg was in much better condition. Actually, I don't know. I open the top. Hey, we sats, he the rock. I'm gonna go get more water. Be right back. I got some pizza also because I was hungry. I am hungry. I was hungry. I am hungry. So I got some pizza and I'm gonna eat it.
Is Josh Brolin the new Han Solo? The smuggler? Bernie Halleck?
Okay, so more of the tribal thing, I guess. In Avatar: Way of the Water, they're getting the like whale. Essentially, what is the like what is it? Amarita, Amorosa, like whale. The things that are like the giant underwater. I guess that's what a whale is. The big whale things, and they're like drilling in its brain, and it's valuable. But to the people, it's like culturally, like the actual creature is culturally important. And then in in Black Panther, she has the glowing herb, and then in Wakanda Forever, she has to like, oh shit. You have the blue version. Hold on, I did. Um, you have the one. I like rubbed my eye, and then my contact kind of came out, and then I was like, well, I don't want it to actually fall out, so I'll like try to prevent that. Um, like not only it like I did that, and it kind of fell out, and then I one of my eyelashes got in my eye. It's just like one 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 accident. Like I rub my eye plenty, but like one accidentally too hard rub, and it's just like everything that could have gone wrong by doing that did. And I kind of almost like I poked my eye a bit. It was just not. It wasn't a good, wasn't a good move. Um, but whatever. It's fine now. Uh, I'm gonna go take this down. I'll be right back. I'm even gonna get some more water, and then I'll reset the screen. what I was saying is, the glowing herb, and then what is it, ayahuasca, and fucking Wakanda Forever, like the one that makes them blue. Oh, and then hey, look, some blue goop from the sandworm that gets them high and makes the baby blue, or it's kind of like the spice. I guess it's like accelerated spice or something. But anyway, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reset the stream, and yeah, I'm gonna reset the stream. So hold on.